A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. You know, it seems like I've been the cause of a lot of wash day arguments lately.
You certainly have.
Well, but really, I don't mean...
Did you or did you not say does everything in the wash?
Well, sure. I said does is a new kind of soap for all three kinds of wash.
Oh, ridiculous. How can this one soap get grimy towels white
and dirty work shirts clean?
And still be really safe for my fussy rayon slips and nicer colored washables?
But that's the whole idea of does. Why, you'll get lots more wear out of those rayons and nicer colored things by using this new soap. Because Does is lots safer for those precious colors. In fact, they stay bright far longer with Does than with any of the four other leading granulated soaps. And you know, this extra safety is important now when you want such clothes to last as long as possible.
Yes, I heard they're going to be hard to replace.
Sure, and that's why now more than ever you need the extra color care Does gives you.
But what about my white pieces?
Say, if it's whiteness you want, Does will suit you to a T. Because no soap made gets clothes whiter than Does. Why, your towels and sheets will come out so gleaming white you'll be proud of them. In fact, you've never seen more snowy white washes than Does gives you.
And you say it's grand for greasy overalls, too?
Why, sure. Does will get them wonderfully clean, without any hard scrubbing either. Why, you just tell me if you ever got cleaner clothes with so little work.
Well, it does certainly sound different, all right.
Well, of course, even the suds are different.
Well, how's that?
You'll find Does make stacks more suds in your machine. Suds that build up faster and last longer. So treat yourself to a new kind of wash day with this really new kind of granulated soap. Ask for Does, D-U-Z, today in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now the Goldbergs. His whole sense of security uprooted by his contradictory feelings, Sammy finally listened to his friend Mikey and asked Emma to leave. Now, this simple act is deeper than what shows on the surface, for Emma has artfully and deliberately involved herself in Sammy's life. And Sammy, stirred by his feelings, unable to think clearly, has been drifting down the path of Emma's intentions. Mikey tried to convince Sammy that every false act that Sammy excused was proof of Emma's selfish and self-centered character. But when no argument would sway Sammy, Mikey got him to promise that at least he would ask Emma to leave for a while. Sammy asked her, and she said no. Now it's morning of the next day, and there's news in the offing.
Morning, everybody. Who went for last night's mail?
Sammy, who went for last night's mail?
I don't know, Pa.
Good morning.
Good morning, Emma.
Who is it that nobody went for last night's mail?
All right, then some of you go.
Do you want your breakfast now, Sammy?
Emma, did you think about what I said last night?
No, because there was nothing to think about.
Who saw my blue tie?
Yes, I saw your blue tie. I'll give you your blue tie. What's this to do with the blue tie?
If you ask me to leave because you don't love me, then I would go. You love me, Sammy. Why should I go away? Because I don't please Mikey?
No, because I want a little time to think.
No, that's not your reason, no.
I don't love you, Emma. I want you to go.
Everybody knows the post office closed.
Come on, let's get out. We can't talk.
I have to fix the breakfast.
Ma, I'm going for the mail. Emma's going to walk down with me. She'll bring it back.
Where are you going, Sammy?
I'll be right back, Pa.
What?
Emma, come on.
Why don't you ask your mother if I should leave?
Come on, come on.
It would bore me.
Come on, please.
Sammy went out, Jake. He said he was going out. He went out. He went out.
Oh. I didn't shave this morning. How do I look?
Very well. Why didn't you shave?
Was the water hot?
I told you, Jake, our hot water schedule has changed.
All right. I'm not complaining. Don't give me a big breakfast. Just coffee and toast.
Couple eggs?
Neither.
Don't want your cereal?
Cooked.
No.
Flakes?
Dry.
Prunes?
I can't give you prunes.
Why not?
Just today I don't have prunes.
Orange juice?
I'll scream.
Never mind.
Wait, Jake, why are you so vice versa this morning?
Because if you ask Emma a question already, why didn't you get an answer?
Because the answer was sufficient for me. That's why. I asked her, do you like my, who's that? Huh?
Mike Machuchak.
Mike Machuchak? I'll go see. Oh, does Mike want? Maybe the baby's not well. Excuse me. I'll give you breakfast in a minute. What is this, Mike? What is this?
The mail? So what are you holding it?
Letter for Sammy.
From who?
Here.
You're going to sit and bite your nails, Molly.
So it came, Jake. At last, it's here.
All right, Molly.
So, the war came to us, Jake. Here in my kitchen.
It was always with us, Molly.
Always. No, Jake. For us, it was a nightmare in the newspapers. It was far away. It was a moving picture we were seeing that made us laugh or cry. But when we came home, Jake, it was our house and our bond.
It was with us before the letter, Molly.
The war came to us, Jake. It came with a stamp on it.
Molly, look at me. Who should know better than you that a heartache 1,000 miles away breaks our hearts here?
Would that I could go, Jake. Why should I and you and we, after all, Jake?
This war isn't just between an army on our side and an army on their side. It's the people on our side against the fascists on their side. That's all.
If there's people on our side, why can't we too, Jake? We with our hands and our flesh too. Why should it be the young ones? Why should it only be Sammy and Mike?
It's us too, Molly. For us, it's harder to stay behind the lines than to be in front of them.
I'm just coming. Give me the letter.
Here.
Come in the kitchen. Come in the kitchen. I'll take myself together. Come.
Oh, lay down, Sporty. Lay down. Ma?
Yeah? I'll be right in, Sammy.
Emma, you have to leave. We have to give ourselves a chance.
What kind of a chance do I need? Sam, the smallest crumb I get from you is more than I expect. Why should I have to leave?
Because I need the time. I need the chance to think. I have to find out what I am and what I want and what you and I both have to expect from each other. Emma, I don't know what I feel now. I can't make any sense out of my feelings.
And if I stay, does that keep you from thinking?
Yes.
Then why think at all? Sammy, don't bother to think about your feelings when you have them. Let your feelings think for you.
No. We're young, Emma. I'm young and you're young. There's so much of life ahead. A life that's bigger and more complete than just the affection I have for you. We're like two children standing at the doorway. We've never been out of the house our parents built for us. And now I want to be sure where I'm going. I don't want to make a mistake now. I don't want you to make one either. That's why you have to leave. For a while, at least. We have to be apart until we know that the next time we come together, it's for the rest of our lives. Or else we shouldn't come together at all.
Let me stay, Sammy.
No, I can't, Emma. You mustn't. You shouldn't. I have to leave or you have to leave so that we can choose each other freely if we choose each other at all. Well, it's impossible for me to leave.
But, Sammy, everything can be as it is.
Well, Ma? Ma, Emma wants to tell you something.
Later, Ma.
No, Ma, it's
Jake.
A letter came for you, Sammy.
Here, Sammy.
It's about time.
When do you leave, Sammy?
In a few days.
Sammy has waited a long time for this hour, waiting for his application to be passed on and his orders to come through. Just how this will affect his private life that includes Emma is something that she and not he is going to settle. And she tries. You know, it's bad enough to have a lot of dishes to wash every day. There's no need to make matters worse by using those halfway soaps. I mean bar soaps because they don't give you real speed. Or those tough granulated soaps because they fall short on safety for your hands. Well, such halfway soaps are out of date now that new Does is here. Yes, Does, that amazing new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe me, it has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Just notice how wonderfully smooth and nice your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Why, not one of the 4 other leading granulated soaps can give your hands the extra care you get with Does. Yet you've never used a soap that gets dishes clean faster. Does cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Yes, just let those busy suds tell you how really new and different Does is. Try it today. Does has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler.
I want to urge you particularly to stay with us after the play is over tonight for a reason you won't regret. Today we have a simple story. As simple as a bullet hole through a man's heart or a knife to his heart. But first, Frank Martin.
Why do we hear more and more about the importance of vitamin B1 and iron? Because by getting more of these two substances, thousands who needed them have gained glorious new pep and strength and pounds, new enjoyment of life. And remember, friends, ironized yeast tablets give you both these vital substances. So, if more vitamin B1 and iron is what you need, and if these deficiencies are making you thin and weak, jittery and tired out, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. See if you're not surprised at the wonderful difference in the way you look and feel and act. That's right. It's the one and only ironized yeast tablets you want. And now?
Lights out. Everybody.
You know, Al, I kind of wish I had a book.
Huh? What do you say?
I said I wish I had a book.
Yeah?
Well, I tell you I do.
What do you want with a book?
What do you think? To throw it at your fat head?
Don't get so funny.
Sitting here in this lousy shack hour after hour, waiting. I tell you, it's enough to drive a man crazy.
What's the matter, Professor? You begin to remember those three guys you'll knock off in free?
Shut up, shut your face, shut up.
Hey, a guy like you got too much reading in your head and not enough money inside where it counts. You never get no place in the Rockies.
I'll get as far as you will, you cold-blooded...
Shut your mouth. What you need is a ball, you bet your life. Yes, sir, I tell you this,
Wait.
Huh?
Listen.
What's the matter with you?
I thought I heard...
Heard what?
I thought I heard outside. Maybe we ought to...
Oh, stay where you are. I'll go. Headed something. Nobody there.
I thought I heard...
You hear nothing, see nothing.
I suppose not.
You got the jitters. You're trying to give them to me, huh?
I tell you, I thought I heard something.
Well, stop thinking. This place is perfect hideout. Nobody know about it but you and me and Duke.
Duke, when the devil's he?
Well, don't worry, Duke will get here.
But will he?
What do you mean, will he?
That's a lot of dough, $50,000.
Oh, you think maybe Duke pull a double cross, huh?
I'm not saying he will. I'm just saying that $50,000 is a lot of money.
Listen, 10 years in Alcatraz, I was in the same cell block as Duke. You know that?
Well?
Well, I get to know that guy inside and out. I know every idea he got in his head.
And I suppose double-crossing isn't among those ideas, eh?
Listen, Duke is one strong guy, see? Lots of muscle, lots of nerve. One tough guy. He got so much nerve and so much muscle, there ain't no room for the double cross.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Sure, I'm right. I'm always right. That's why you and me and Duke is in the big dough now. I'm always right. And just because I'm right, in a little while, we three are going to have another 50 grand to split up, see? How do you like that, Professor?
Splitting up dough, I always like that.
Sure. I never seen nobody like the dough the way you do. I bet you still got the first dollar you ever make in the rocket, huh?
Wait.
What's the matter now? You got the jumps again?
No. Listen.
Oh, that's just the name.
Oh, yeah.
She got a lot of whips in her, eh, Professor?
3 days.
Yeah. A lot of good it's going to do as soon as the Duke gets here, eh, Professor? A lot is good it's going to do with that stop. A lot of good.
I gotta stop crying. I gotta. My eyes, day after day. How many days has it been? It's so dark in here. If I could only have a little light, just a little. I gotta stop crying. I gotta think. What's the use of thinking? They'll kill me. I know they will if they'd only listen to me. I don't want to die.
Crying. That dame's making me sick. Why doesn't she stop? Been going on like that for days.
Don't worry, Professor. She stopped crying pretty soon. You bet your life. You wait till Duke gets here with a 50 grand.
Yeah? And maybe he won't.
Oh, what do you mean he won't? The boss said he pays 50 grand for knocking off this double-crossing dame. And 50 grand is what we're going to get.
50 grand?
Yeah, and it's cheap at the price. Say, if that dame blew off her mouth like she says she's going to do, the boss is going up to Alcatraz for 20 years. 50 grand for saving 20 years out of a guy's life. Plenty cheap, I bet you lie.
But
That dame, she's got a lot of friends.
What difference that make to us? Nobody ever tied us up with the others we knock off for boss before, did they?
No.
You leave it to the Duke. He's one smart guy. When he finds the shack over the river, he find a gold mine. You knock him on the head, you drop him in the river, under the ground they go. They never come up again. Bet you lie.
Yes, that's true. They never do come up, do they?
No, not in 1,000 years. The river on this ground, she runs deep and fast. Nobody we ever throw in ever come up again. Nobody.
When I press my ear against the wall, I can hear the water running. Like it was a river under the ground. There used to be a river near the house when I was a little girl. I used to play near the water. And there was sun and light. I gotta see the light again. I got it. How long have I been here? I never see anybody. I never hear of just the water running far below. No, I won't listen anymore. If they'd only let me talk to them, if they'd only let me make a deal, I wouldn't testify against them. I wouldn't. I want to live. I gotta live. Oh, I'm so scared. I can't be scared. If I start being scared, I'll go on getting more and more scared. I'll begin to see things in the dark. The dark is full of awful things. No, I mustn't think of it. I'll go crazy thinking. I mustn't be scared. I mustn't be scared.
Okay, Professor. 4 for you and 1 for me. Read 'em and weep.
2 pair. King's up, huh?
You bet.
Wait a minute. Hands off the cash, pal.
Huh?
Read these cards and weep.
So I got 3 queens.
Thank you.
He drew 4 cards, he gets 3 queens. Hey, you got a luck.
Am I?
Sure. Meeting up with me and Duke.
Duke, where in the devil is he?
Oh, you start that again. And I tell you, Duke, get here. 1 o'clock. That's 3 more hours.
Yeah, but what if he doesn't get here?
I told you before, the dame goes in the river, we scrum out of here.
But Duke said not to touch her until he got here.
Yeah, but me, I ain't taking no chances waiting around there anymore. Only time dames they don't talk is when they're under the ground or under the river.
Yeah.
3 hours from now, if the Duke come back with the boss's door or not, in the river that dame goes, and that's that. And that river, she cover up everything. Everything. You bet.
But I was smart. Smart getting into the racket. Easy money. Yeah. Smart. And now they're going to kill me. Oh, my head, it hurts so. I must be going crazy. No, I mustn't think like that. It's so quiet in here. If I could only hear someone saying something, saying anything, I wouldn't feel as if I was going crazy. I wouldn't think that all the world is dead and I'm alone. I hear something. No, it can't be. I hear voices. People, they've come to help me. Listen, everybody. Listen, here I am. Here I am in here. Listen to me. Help me. Help. They've gone. There's nobody. In my head. It was all in my head. I'm going crazy. I am. Oh, help me, somebody. Help me. I gotta get out of here where it's light, where the sun's shining. Listen to me, somebody. I'm going crazy here in the dark. Help me.
I will.
Voice. I hear it again in my head.
I will help thee, my lady.
No. There's nobody here.
I tell thee, I will help, my lady.
There's nobody here. I know there isn't. No door open, no light.
I come to thee from darkness.
There's nobody here. I know it. The place is so small. I'm not here. Here? No. There's no one. No one.
I tell thee, I will help thee.
But I hear that voice so clear.
Look before thee, my lady. The fear should not be thine.
I can't quite make out
Who are you?
My name, perhaps thou hast heard the name before, is Philippe de Marteval.
Philippe. Oh!
Her senses have left her. Better so. There's bloody work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you and I and everyone else at this point would welcome the reality of an interruption about something that is real. The reality of taking a deep breath and listening to the problems of keeping healthy in wartime. Meantime, girls, are you short on vitamin B1 and iron? Are these deficiencies what's making you say,
I never have any fun anymore. I've lost weight and I'm so jittery and tired out all the time. I just never want to do anything these days. Honestly, I don't know what to do.
if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, do this. Try ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vital substances, and believe you me, they are vital. Because when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from the food you eat, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. Or what you do eat may not do you the good it should. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
Sounds reasonable. And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. It's ironized yeast and its wonderful two-way help that's been of such amazing benefit to so many, many men and women with these deficiencies. So try ironized yeast tablets if you need more vitamin B1 and iron. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
It's a thrill to look so good and feel so good. I've gained pounds. My jitters are gone. My friends say I'm like a new person. How glad I am I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to Lights Out and our story of the girl and the gangster.
What's the matter, Professor? You think you're going to find nerve in the bottle?
And drink what I please.
Okay.
He said he'd be here by 1 o'clock.
He will.
Half an hour to 1 now.
So there's still a half hour.
Something went wrong.
I mean, it's something wrong in your head. Duke will be here. I bet you 10 grand on that.
But 1 o'clock?
It's 30 minutes from now, so shut up your face and quit squawking. You're making me sick.
No, wait, where are you going?
Out to the road. Too much yelling here.
Oh, wait, don't go. You greasy rat, you're running out on me. I haven't got nerve, huh? Got nerve for anything as long as there's money in it. Said I could never make money, huh? I'll show him $500,000. Well, $500,000 by the time I quit this lousy racket. $500,000, I'll be able to buy anything from... Blasted clock. What's that? 1:45. 15 more minutes. He's got to get here. He's got to. If he doesn't, Al will want me to help him kill her. And... What's the matter with me? Duke will get here. He always gets here, sure. He'll do the job. Duke Black's killing. Cold. The door must be... No, the door's closed. Al must have come in. Al, is that you?
De Marteval.
Huh? Huh?
De Marteval.
Who said that? I see no one.
I am here.
You? You're where?
The coldness at thy side.
Oh, that bottle. I've had too much. That's too much.
Weak. Aye, worm-like thing.
What does that do with it? Blasted bottle! What voice is in my head, will you? Not mine, not mine, not mine.
Pray to thy God.
Huh?
I sit here hurt. Pray to thy God.
There is someone here. I can't see you, but you are here, aren't you?
I came back in her agony.
I hear you, and yet you aren't here. Oh, what's wrong with me? Things are what they are. There's no one who can talk without being.
Use your eyes to see.
Huh? Huh? Oh. Yes. Yes, I see you. You've been hiding my eyes. Yes, I see you. Tell me, what do you want? Who are you? How did you get in here?
Out of the darkness. Through her agony.
Darkness? Agony? What are you talking about? Oh, my eyes. I can hardly see you. Blurred.
I weary of you.
Weary of me? What? What's that? Something in your hand? Yes, I see it. It's getting clearer and clearer. Oh. What can it be? A bow. A bow? What are you going to do with it?
I fit the arrow.
No, don't drop back. Stop pointing that thing at me, the arrow. It might... Oh!
Done. The worm no longer squirms.
Hey, Professor, I think the Duke is coming. I begin to see the headlights of a car down the road about a mile away. Hey, Professor, what's the matter? You don't... Well, he ain't here, eh, Professor? In the other room, I bet. Hiding under the bed, eh? Well, I think I'll go in and not towards the deal. What is it? Wind. The door, she's shut. What's the matter with me? Me, I don't get the jumps. I'm afraid of nothing. Hey, Professor, come on out of that room there. Wake up, I want to talk to you.
There is little time for talk.
Who said that? Professor, that you? Oh, yeah, I see you. Don't put your hat on the floor. Come on, you get up. Get up or I'll kick your face in. Come on, get up. Professor, who do that to you?
To Martival.
Stand where you are.
Yes.
I got a gun on you. Stand still or I'll kill you.
Yes.
All right, now, wise guy. I'm going to find out what you look like. Come on in closer to the light.
No.
Listen, smart guy, I don't know how you get in here. I don't know what your racket is. You listen to me. My name is Alcelotti. Maybe you heard that name before, huh?
No.
No, yes. Talk a word. Who are you? What are you doing here? Come on across to the light.
I grow weary.
You grow what? What are you talking about? Come on closer to the light, I tell you. Oh, now, keep your hands up. Up, I tell you. What do you think you're doing? Keep them up, I tell you. You're crazy. I got a gun on you. I'll blow you full of holes. What's the thing you got in your hand? Drop it, I tell you. Drop it. Okay. You're still standing there.
Meet thy God.
Meet my... What's the matter with you? What do you set up for? Who are you? Oh, I get it. You got a bulletproof vest on, huh? Okay, wise guy, you ain't got no vest on your head. I'm gonna blow you... No, wait. What you doing? Wait a minute. Put down that...
So, the worm, the rat, one more.
Professor, open up in there. Duke, open up. It's about time you guys woke up. Well, what's the matter with you guys? Why don't you put on some light?
Put on some light?
Yeah, that's what I said, lights. Al, where are you?
Me, I'm here.
What's the matter with you guys? Saving dough on kerosene or something? Come on, light the lamps.
We can see.
Oh, yeah? So it's one of you guys owls. Now quit the gagging and put on some lights. We gotta work fast.
It is time.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think. We gotta knock off that dame and get out of here quick.
There is time.
What are you guys doing? Putting on a brother act? I say we gotta get out of here quick. And I mean quick. Maybe you guys want to fry in the chair, but I don't.
There is a
Stop saying that! What's the matter with you guys?
There is time.
Oh, I get it. You've been pouring the stuff down you, the both of you. Why, you're so stiff you don't know whether you're coming or going.
Coming or going?
You lousy rats. I ought to blow the both of you apart. Me, I'm doing all the work. And what are you guys doing? Filling your insides full of cheap liquor like a couple of bindle stiffs. Now, come on. Get out your rod and let's get this over with.
Get this over with.
Yeah, over with the dame. We gotta get rid of her quick.
Rid of her quick?
Stop jabbering every word I say back at me. You hopheads. The boss gave me the dough, $50,000. Now we gotta get that dame into the river and quick.
Dame?
Yeah, dame. That squealing, double-crossing dame. Well, maybe you guys don't remember why we came out here. Maybe you think you came out here for a gin party, huh? Now, come on. Get out your gat and let's get going and get rid of that twist. No? What do you mean, no? Say, wait a minute. You guys can't be that drunk. You're up to something. All right. Let's have it. Well, let's have it. What are you up to? What are you trying to pull? Come on, let's have a light in here. Let's see what you mugs are looking like. Well, are you deep? Light a candle.
Light?
Okay, I'll light one myself. But I'm warning you, mugs, don't start nothing. My rod works in the dark just as well as yours. Where's that candle? Well, answer me. Where's the candle? Okay. Just wait till I get a light. I'll make you guys talk. Yeah, here. Here it is. It's a match. Yeah. There. Now I'm going to see what's eating you guys. Okay, now, Al, I want you... Al, what up? Oh, there you are. What are you doing standing there against the wall? Yeah, you, Professor. What's the matter with you guys? Why don't you say something? Well, quit staring at me without saying nothing. Okay, I'll come over there, and I'll show you... Al. Professor. Rhodes. Who did it to you, Al? Who did it? What?
Demartivol.
Who said that? Answer me, who said that?
I
see you standing there. I see you did this to Al and the professor. You did it. Why? Why did you do it? No, stand where you are. I got a gat on you. Now talk fast too, I'll blow you apart. Come on, tell me why you did it.
I came through her agony out of the darkness.
What? What'd you say?
When you die, I return.
I die? You expect to knock me off too, huh? Stay where you are. Stay where you are, I tell you. There. That'll stop you. You're going to kill me too, huh? Well, why don't you do it now? You're still standing there. I shot you. You're dead. Like they're dead. But they talked to me when I came in before. And they must have been dead then. How could they have... No, stay back, I tell you. You're dead. And they're dead. And the dead don't talk. Don't move. What are you pointing at me? What are you going to do with that thing? Don't point it at me. I ain't done nothing. I ain't... Oh!
The worm, the rat, the snake. Finished.
Open up in there. Come on, Duke, Al, whoever else is in there. You haven't got a chance. Come on, Otto, we coming in now. All right, boys, come on.
Careful, boys. There they are. Put them up, you. Put them up.
Chief, what is it? What? Look at them. Ooh.
Dead. All three of them. And each with an arrow through his throat.
Doctor, how is she?
It's all right, Mr. Martyrs. Your daughter's going to be all right. Nothing physically wrong.
Thank heaven.
It was most fortunate the police got there when they did. Another few hours and the horror of that darkness in her mind... Well, I repeat, it was most fortunate.
But I heard through the door.
You're referring to her cries. Let me assure you that it's nothing. It was nothing but hysteria, a reaction to her horrible experience, that's all. But she'll be all right, you can believe me.
My poor little Ruthie. I hadn't seen her for years. And to find her again this way...
Oh, Mr. Martyrs, there's something I would like to ask you if you don't mind.
Oh, what is it, Doctor?
In her hysteria, your daughter kept repeating a name. I've been wondering whether you can think of any reason for her saying it.
Name? Name? What name?
She kept saying it over and over again. I'm not quite sure, but I think it was... Yes, it was Philippe de Martival.
Philippe de Martival?
Yes. Would he have had anything to do with what took place?
Well, no, of course not. Philippe de Martival was an ancestor of mine, lived back in the days of the Norman Conquest, over 850 years ago. Oh, no. He had nothing to do with all this.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Claudette Colbert. If some of you are surprised at this sudden interruption of mine, please bear in mind that your neighbor's life or the life of that boy down the street has been far more drastically interrupted by this war. This interruption is not to ask you businessmen to close up your offices and tie hand grenades on your belt, take a bayonet in your hand and climb on an invasion barge. This interruption is not to ask you housewives to close up your homes, or you mothers to send your children away to a safe place in the country, while you and I shoulder a gun and go to join our husbands on some bloody battlefield of this world war. No. Others are doing the fighting and the dying for us. All you are being asked to do, for a period of 3 weeks, is to divert every cent which you don't absolutely need for food, shelter, and other necessities of life into the purchase of extra war bonds. Your government needs $13 billion at once. Each bond that you will buy during these 3 weeks will be not only an investment, but an insurance policy that our fathers and brothers and sons in the service will have every bullet and bomb and ship and tank and plane they will need in the coming invasion to win the fight for the sort of world you want to live in.
Thank you, Claudette Colbert. Now, Mr. Oboler, getting back to tonight's play, wouldn't it be nice if our ancestors could avenge us? I haven't met any ancient ghosts ready to do battle for me.
On the contrary, Frank, your ancestors battle for you every waking moment. I mean that literally. The freedoms you and all the rest of us enjoy right now, they came about not because we fought for them, but because somewhere in the past, some of our ancestors in this human family had the courage to fight for a better future. If we have to fight anew for that now, well, it doesn't take away the glory of the past battle. And since some of us still have some measure of freedom now, in spirit at least, those ancestors are fighting with us and for us.
And next week?
Well, a man is on trial for his life accused of murder. As he waits for the jury to come in, he tries to reason out the events which led him into the predicament. The play propounds the interesting question as to whether the evil, such as Hitlerian, that is loose in the world today is a living thing. In other words, whether there is such a thing as evil which makes men evil, or whether evil comes from within men. But that's next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's Kill. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Coupon number 17, ration coupon 17. Are you planning to use your shoe ration coupon to buy white shoes? If so, give them the best of care. Keep them clean with Energine Shoe White. No shoe white can make your shoes look whiter than Energine Shoe White. It's made with the very whitest pigment known, and it spreads so easily, dries so evenly, it gives your shoes the neat, well-kept look they must have to give you the most satisfactory wear. For the best of care for the white shoes you wear, remember Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's recorded that in the beginning of time, Cain slew his brother Abel, and thenceforth wandered across the face of the earth with the mark of the murderer upon his head. Those who have followed the original slayer in the footsteps have found to their everlasting regret that murder, like the clock, has its own 11th hour, when the alarm will ring forth like a paean of retribution, and the chimes will announce its horror to the world.
I first made up my mind to kill my wife on the day I left for the South. I wasn't angry with her. I was even a little sorry she had to go. But go she must, because the situation had become unbearable. As I drove steadily south, I turned the problem over in my mind. It had to be done with calm deliberation. As I pondered my destiny, I narrowly avoided striking a young woman who suddenly appeared in the glare of my headlights as she stood on the side of the road. Are you all right?
I think so. But you splashed some mud on my stockings.
I'm terribly sorry. I'll pay you for them.
Oh, that's all right.
Washable. Going south?
Why, yes.
So am I. I said, so am I.
May I give you a lift?
Thank you.
How far are you going?
As far as you.
I'm going to Palm Tree Beach.
And so am I.
I glanced at her closely for a moment, then started the car. If she thought she was riding all the way as my companion, she was very much mistaken. She was dressed in cheap clothes, and her shoes were misshapen and in need of repair. Altogether, she looked rather disreputable. Although I had to admit that in the dim glow of my dashboard light, her face was pretty, in a pathetic sort of way. Perhaps I would have gone so far as to say the girl had a sort of animal charm. But not for me. What are you doing on a lonely road at this time of the night?
My car broke down.
Your car?
I really got two of them, but I used the Cadillac tonight. My chauffeur is back there trying to fix it.
Oh. May I ask who you are?
My name is Gertrude. Gertrude Slade. My father is Johnson Slade, the millionaire.
I'm afraid I've never heard of him.
I'm on my way to our estate in Palm Tree Beach. We have a wonderful place. 3,000 acres all covered with palm trees. Oh, it's so nice to be rich.
Yes. I presume you're one of those wealthy eccentrics.
Huh?
Well, you're the first debutante I've ever met with holes in her shoes.
I like to dress this way. I'm democratic, that's why. I've got money enough to buy up half the shoes in this country. You ought to see my wardrobe at home, full of evening gowns and silk underwear. And shoes, why, goodness, I've got 5 dozen. Don't you believe me?
Yes, of course, Gertrude. I believe every word you say. My friend of the night was obviously a pathological liar. I'd seen her type before, but she was an advanced case, perhaps bordering on dementia precox. She lived only for the dreams she concocted in her childish mind. Her life was a succession of unfulfilled wishes, and she compensated for them by imagining herself to be what she was never born to be. It made her rather an amusing person. But I suddenly realized that her value to me might assume a greater importance than I had at first imagined. As the miles ticked off, she grew drowsy, and soon she was fast asleep with her head on my shoulder. The cheap perfume she used was rather distasteful, and I noticed her nail polish was cracked and streaked with grime. Not exactly what I'd call my feminine ideal. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how useful she could be. So I drove all that day and into the night. It's amazing how little sleep you need when your mind is full of plans and your thoughts are intent on murder. After 30 hours of driving, I was still as fresh as ever, much to the admiration of my companion in crime.
You've got a constitution like a horse. I don't see how you can drive so much.
Oh, it all depends on your state of mind. Besides, I wired my wife that I'd arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. I wouldn't want poor Hilda to worry.
You're married?
Very much so.
Oh.
You sound disappointed, Gertrude.
I just thought that you were a single man.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't been married very long. Just 2 years, that's all. And my wife is an invalid.
You mean she's sick?
She's unable to use her legs. She gets about mostly in a wheelchair. She took a train down while I drove the car.
I suppose she's got to have somebody help her around a lot.
Well, I've been doing that for her since we married, but I'm getting tired of it. I'm looking for someone to take over.
A nurse?
Well, more of a companion than anything else. The salary would be rather good. You wouldn't consider a job, would you, Gertrude?
Work?
For, say, £10 a week?
£10 a week? Oh, I spend more than that on perfume.
Oh, come, Gertrude. Let's face reality for a moment.
What?
You're no millionaire's daughter, and you know it.
What are you talking about?
You're a poor, drab female who doesn't have the price of a cup of tea. Stop lying about yourself.
Who's lying?
I'm giving you a chance to earn some money in an easy way.
My 2 brothers would horsewhip you for saying that. Where I come from, a man treats a lady with respect.
Have you ever been to a mental hospital, Gertrude?
No.
You're lying again.
I'm not lying. There's nothing wrong with me. The doctor said...
What did the doctor say?
Nothing.
That you could have your freedom as long as you behaved yourself?
Stop putting words into my mouth.
Did he say you mustn't excite yourself? Did he tell you you'd have to go back for another treatment if you stepped out of line? Oh, you needn't be afraid of me, Gertrude. You can trust me. Even if you ran away from the hospital, you can still trust me.
I didn't run away. Don't say such things. I'm all right. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm all right.
Stop crying, Gertrude. I said, stop crying. Perhaps I made a mistake. I suppose I'd better look for someone else to care for Hilda.
Yes, I suppose you'd better.
You wouldn't want a job. You wouldn't need one.
No.
I beg your pardon again, Gertrude. The mistake was mine. But I have £20 in my wallet here that I'll give you in advance if you happen to change your mind. She looked at the £20 in my hand and licked her lips. It was probably more money than she'd ever seen at once in all her life. But her lies were precious to her, too. She had to find a way to take the job and still be true to her other self, the part of her that lived in a world of make-believe. So I gave her an opportunity, and she took it. Don't be foolish, Gertrude. I made a mistake. The least you can do is to forget it.
I've never been so insulted in my life.
If you want the truth, I was only testing you.
Testing me?
I wanted to see if you were honest, and I find you are. If I'm to get someone as a companion for my wife, she must have breeding. She must come from excellent stock. In that way, you fit the bill.
Oh, that's different.
And as far as money is concerned...
I'll take it. And donate it to my favorite charity.
I arrived at my wife's estate a little after midnight and parked the car near the beach just outside the garage. Only one more problem remained. To coax Hilda into accepting Gertrude. And from that point on, the drama would unfold itself.
Who's there?
Oh, it's Charles, Hilda. May I put on the lights?
Oh, I suppose so.
Did I awaken you?
Naturally. Why didn't you come down by train as I asked you to? Why did you insist on driving down?
I had some thinking to do.
Well, if you're trying to work out how to get hold of a larger allowance, you're wasting your time. Sick and tired of squandering my money on you and your worthless friends.
Yes, I can understand how you feel, Hilda.
Oh, can you now? Well, that's very decent of you. And can you understand that I've discovered at last that you only married me for my money? Can you understand that as well?
You wrong me, Hilda.
Do I? Well, from now on, you won't get 1 red cent out of me. You'll go out and earn your money like other men.
I fully intend to go to work, my dear.
What?
I've accepted the position with a banking firm. I start next week.
Oh, have you? And what do you know about banking, may I ask? You can't even save money. All you can do is to spend it.
The least you can do is let me prove myself.
I don't believe that you have a job. What are you doing down here if you're telling the truth? Why didn't you stay up north?
Well, I wanted to make certain you'd be taken care of.
The woman who came down with me on the train is satisfactory enough.
Yes, but you hardly know her. We only hired her a day or two before you left.
She seems to be capable.
I have someone better.
Someone better?
I've never told you about my cousin, Gertrude. She and I were very close years ago.
What about her?
Well, she's had an extensive experience as a practical nurse. She's an excellent companion. I'm sure you'll get along.
What makes you so concerned about my welfare, Charles?
Well, perhaps I'm turning over a new leaf. Perhaps I found out how much you mean to me.
No, I don't believe
you can keep your money, Hilda. I'm going to show you once and for all that I married you for love. My job will prove that, and my behavior from now on will be perfect. I ask you to give me a chance, darling.
You haven't called me darling since our wedding day.
Give me a few months, and if by that time I don't prove to you, I mean every word I say, I'll give you a divorce with no strings attached.
Oh, Charles. If only you meant it.
You'll see, darling. But in the meantime, tomorrow we'll dismiss the woman you brought down with you, and Gertrude will take her place.
But I don't
As
need...
a personal favor to me, my darling, take her on. She needs the money, and I've always been so fond of her.
Very well, Charles.
May I kiss you good night?
Yes, Charles. You may.
I leaned over and kissed her lips. I consoled myself with the thought that this kiss would undoubtedly be the final one. the kiss of death.
Like the moving finger in the poem, time goes ever forward, and our lives are firmly hinged on its passing seconds. The future is ours to do with what we will. It is only the past that is impossible to alter.
I gave Gertrude a room in the servants' quarters for the night. The first thing in the morning, I dismissed the woman my wife had brought with her. Then, just before Hilda wheeled herself down to breakfast, I gave Gertrude a few pointers on how to behave. Now remember, Gertrude, she must be humored.
What's the matter? Is she crazy?
No, not really, just eccentric. I've told her you're my cousin. Don't say anything about your social background for the time being. You can tell her about your family later on.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, darling. Let me put you near the window. Sleep well?
Yes, moderately well. Oh, who's this?
My cousin Gertrude, you remember? I told you about her last night.
Oh, yes, my new companion. Well, I've changed my mind, Charles.
Changed your mind? What do you mean?
I've decided to keep Mrs. Kelsey after all.
But I've already dismissed her.
What?
Now, please, Hilda, be reasonable. How can I go north again unless I know that you're in good hands?
Can you play canasta? Gertrude? Canasta?
Oh, she's an expert, Hilda. Gertrude can do almost anything at all.
Of course I can. When I went to school in
Would you sit to
Switzerland...
the breakfast, please, Gertrude? Mrs. Roberts must be rather hungry.
Yes, I'll fix it now. What was all that nonsense about a school in Switzerland?
Oh, she's very well educated. I'm certain you'll find her interesting.
Yes, she's rather attractive, too, in a common way. When did you say you were going up north to take up your new position, Charles?
In a week or so.
I'll miss you.
And I'll miss you. But I'm anxious to get to work. Perhaps I'll leave even sooner than I planned. For the first time since I thought of what I was going to do, I became a little nervous. These things have to be done quickly or they can't be done at all. Besides, everything was set. What was I waiting for? So that very afternoon, I sent Gertrude into town on an errand, and I took Hilda for a walk along the beach.
Oh, it was sweet of you to wheel me out here, Charles. You're becoming more considerate by the minute.
I've decided to change my plans a bit. I wanted us to have these last few hours to ourselves.
How have you changed your plans?
I'm going north a little sooner. Tomorrow, perhaps.
What for?
It certainly won't hurt my reputation with my new employers if I show up a little sooner.
I can hardly believe it's you talking, Charles. It's so wonderful seeing you this way. Oh, you're getting a little too close to the water, dear. Do wheel me up the beach a bit.
It's a lovely afternoon, Hilda. The air is soft. The sun is warm.
Charles, the water, the surf is reaching my chair.
You'll find the water very soothing, Hilda.
What are you talking about? Charles, I'm getting wet.
Goodbye, Hilda. It's been a most unpleasant marriage. But in spite of that, I feel just a little wistful seeing you go.
Charles! For heaven's sake, wheel me back! Don't kill me, Charles!
Breathe deeply when your head submerges. You'll find it faster.
No, Charles! No!
I pushed the wheelchair into the pounding surf and watched the undertow carry her away. Now all that had to be done was to make the phone call and summon the police. Gertrude's background and pathological addiction to lies would be enough to convince them. The girl had taken Hilda for a stroll and had gone berserk. It was as simple as that. Gertrude, what are you doing here in the house?
Waiting.
When did you get back from town?
I didn't go. I was watching you and Mrs. Roberts through the window.
I see.
You shouldn't have done it.
I shouldn't have done it. My dear girl, now I know you're out of your mind. You killed my wife, Gertrude. You took her to the beach and pushed her chair into the water.
Don't be silly.
I feel sorry for you, Gertrude. I'll have to call the police. But they won't hurt you. They'll take you back to that hospital where you came from. And I'll send you some flowers.
Isn't that nice?
Why are you smiling at me that way?
Because I think it's funny.
Stop smiling, Gertrude. This is a serious business. Stop it, I tell you. Stop it, Gertrude, stop it! And then I saw what she was laughing about. It was in her hand. A small camera Hilda had given me some months before. Gertrude had been standing by the window taking pictures of the murder. Give me that camera. Give it to me, I said.
You won't find the film inside.
Well?
I took it out and hid it.
Get it out of its hiding place, Gertrude.
I don't want to.
Get it out before I strangle you.
And have no one left to take the blame for you.
Gertrude, I'll make you a proposition. I'll give you £1,000 for that film, and you can leave the house. I won't call the police.
£1,000 when your wife left you $1 million?
If you won't give me the film, what do you intend to do with it?
I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll think about it during the next few weeks.
Judy? The next few weeks?
Yes. I'm going to live here in style. I always told you I was rich, and you wouldn't believe me when I said I had a beautiful estate in Palm Tree Beach. Well, I've got one now. Haven't I, Mr. Rabbit?
I searched the house like a madman for that film. Gertrude was master. She sat on the divan all day and ate chocolate. She ordered me around as if I were a lackey, and she was the empress of the world.
This house is mine, isn't it, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, this house is yours.
It was left to me by my dear departed grandpa.
Gertrude, won't you give me that film?
I think I'll invite my aunt and uncle to spend a few months here. Uncle John is an English baron, you know. All my family come from very fine stuff.
The film, Gertrude. Where is the film?
Where you'll never find it, Mr. Roberts.
I went through every room in the house and dug through all the wardrobes. I opened up the pillows and cut the mattresses to shreds. She couldn't be that smart. How could she have hidden the film so well? My wife's absence hadn't been noticed yet. But I knew I didn't have much more time. Someone would come there sooner or later to make an inquiry, and that might lead to a search. I had to get my hands on that roll of film before it was too late.
What are you doing, Mr. Roberts?
Oh, I was just looking for something.
You must have gone through those drawers at least 12 times, poor boy. And goodness, what you've done to the wardrobes and bedrooms.
Where is that film, Gertrude?
In a place where it's safe.
Who's that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
You didn't call the police, Gertrude. You wouldn't do a thing like that to me.
I haven't made up my mind yet. Exactly what I'm going to do with you.
Oh, excuse me, mister.
What do you want?
Well, the kids and me were playing on the beach.
This is private property. How dare you trespass?
Oh, but we were just digging for crabs, and we found something.
You found something?
But yeah, it was out of the sand, see, about a foot under. And we thought it might belong to you.
What was it you found?
This roll of film in the box.
I couldn't believe my eyes. He had it in his hands. The same roll. It must have been. It had to be. I almost cried. I was so happy. I felt my strength return. She'd see who was master now. Give it to me quickly.
Well,
Here, take this.
Oh, a whole pound?
Split it with your friends and thank them for me. Yes. Thank them for me from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, gosh. Okay, mister.
Mr. Roberts?
I have a little surprise for you, Gertrude.
What kind of a surprise?
Look what I have found.
Give that.
Oh, no, you don't. It's mine now. And look what I'm going to do with it. You see, it's no good anymore, Gertrude. The light ruined it. And just to make certain it's gone, we'll put a match to it. You were very clever, weren't you, my dear? Well, now you're through. I have them put you in a place with bars across the window. An asylum, Gertrude. That's where you'll go, you and your crazy dreams. You'll have them in a madhouse from now on where you belong. I picked up the phone. The line was dead. She'd cut the wire. Without a word, I turned and left the house. She had my car key, but there was a neighbor half a mile up the beach. I could call from there. I started to run. Time was precious now. She might try to run. I didn't see the piece of driftwood that tripped me. But I felt the terrible pain in my thigh as I hit the stump. It was my right leg. I knew the bone was broken. As painful as it was, I started to crawl to the wheelchair that had been washed back on the beach. If I could reach it, I could wheel myself along. With my last
ounce of strength, I pulled myself into the sea. But the pain was too much. I couldn't maneuver the chair by myself.
Need a little help, Mr. Roberts?
It's my leg, Gertrude. It's broken.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, let me help you.
Where are you pushing this chair?
You know where, Mr. Roberts. I'm sure you know where.
No, Gertrude! Gertrude, no!
There's a house that squats atop a lonely crag in the mountains. Inside, the ill who have forgotten that time exists. And in a room near the gabled roof, behind a small barred window, a girl named Gertrude sits and smiles to herself and dreams. Perhaps she is thinking of the deceased Mr. Roberts and his late wife, Hilda. But more likely, she's thinking of the estate she was once mistress of, the one that overlooked Palm Tree Beach.
The Clock was written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. You heard John Bushell as Charles Roberts, Coralie Neville as Gertrude, with Moira Redmond as Hilda and Rodney Jacobs as the boy. The Clock, directed by John Saul, was a Grace Gibson radio production.
Whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is top, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Beyond Reasonable Doubt.
The cerise jacket on the mannequin in the window of the Berkshire shop was the thing that had brought Gina across the street to the south side of Kimberly Drive. It was an unusual thing for Gina to do, but the jacket was a stunning one, like everything handled by the Berkshire shops from coast to coast. And Gina had told herself that now, after 5 years, it was high time she got rid of the strange subconscious dread that kept her away from the shiny black marble front of the most fashionable dress shop in Hillcrest. She examined the jacket and had almost decided to risk going inside to inquire about it when a man, a tall, dark-haired man with a white carnation in his lapel, hurried past her into the door. Her heart stopped cold for a moment and then began to pound. Her first impulse was to hurry on and never come back, but she stopped, not sure, and then walked back cautiously to the glass door, looked through at his retreating back, the familiarity of his walk, the slope of his shoulders, and then...
Tina!
Gina, darling.
Oh, hello, Isabel.
Oh, how wonderful to find you here. Darling, you've got to help me pick out a dress. You've simply got to. I'm a desperate woman.
I'm sorry, Isabel. I'm in a hurry, and
What's the matter, Gina? Here you are, one of the best-dressed women in Hillcrest, yet you avoid the Berkshire like the plague. Have you got something against them?
I've just been too busy to worry much about clothes.
Rubbish. Look at you now, like you stepped out of a bandbox. Black and white, and that lovely black and white bag to match. Where did you get it?
Oh, Stillman's this morning.
It's a beautiful bag. How you managed to find these things. Well, in we go now.
I can't stay long, really.
We'll only be a minute. You'll love this store, darling. You look around. I want to speak to the clerk at the glove counter for a moment.
Oh, all right, Isabel.
Well, how are you, Jenny?
Well,
Haven't seen you in a long time.
you startled me.
Don't you remember me, Jenny?
Jenny?
That's right. Jenny Barton.
I think you must have made a mistake.
Oh? Did I?
I'm afraid so.
I'm very sorry.
Clerk.
Yes?
You saw the woman I came in with, the lady in the blue crape?
Why, yes, ma'am.
When she comes back, would you tell her I've gone home, please? I don't feel well.
Yes, Gina, you're not feeling well. And there's a good reason. The tall, thin-faced man with a white carnation. Handsome in a cruel sort of a way. You do remember him, don't you, Gina? Yes. After Seattle, there was no forgetting Floyd Durant. All afternoon, you keep telling yourself you brought it off. That Floyd would decide he made a mistake. That Jenny Barton of Seattle and Gina Crane of Hillcrest are two different people. Just an unpleasant incident, Gina. Not worth mentioning to anyone. Least of all to Clinton Crane, your husband.
Well, Gina, did you have a pleasant day?
Why, yes, Clinton, quite pleasant. I went shopping.
Oh?
Isabel and I, she was looking for a dress.
Oh, Gina, I wish you wouldn't see so much of Isabel.
Oh, she's harmless, dear.
And awfully stupid.
I know it, Clinton, but somehow I couldn't help myself.
You could tell her you're busy.
Well, she wouldn't take no for an answer.
Well, that's a cruel way to put it, I suppose, but you and I are going to have to be careful of the company we keep from now on.
Why's that?
The last committee meeting, my name came up for state senator. After that Brooks affair, they'll go over the next candidate with a fine-tooth comb.
But after all, Isabel...
I know. Just keep it in mind, darling. Oh, by the way, this letter came for you this afternoon.
What is it?
Oh, I'm not the prying type, dear. You know that. Funny, though, it was stuck under the door when I came home.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, aren't you going to read it?
Yes, of course. June 14th, my dear Mrs... Oh.
You sit down slowly as you read it, trying to hold yourself steady. Clinton is watching you, Gina. You can't let him know, can't give him the slightest chance to guess what's in that letter. What makes the words fly off the paper and bury themselves in your brain like jagged pieces of shrapnel.
My dear Mrs. Crane, apparently you don't remember me, Floyd Durant. But I remember you, Jenny. I remember you very well. I know when you'll read this, you'll wish I was dead. Because of our strange association while I was store detective at the Berkshire shop in Seattle. I'm staying at a boarding house, 217 Pine Street, 3rd floor rear. If you'd like to talk over old times, drop around tonight at 9 o'clock and bring your checkbook with you. That is, unless you'd like me to have my conversation with someone else. Your husband, for example, or the police.
What's the matter, dear? Bad news?
No, nothing important. It's just a note from my dressmaker.
Oh?
Remember, I told you I was getting a new suit? It's nothing important.
With the prologue of Beyond Reasonable Doubt, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I want to tell you about a product that's so fine, 97% of the persons now using it say they will be back for more. I'm talking about Lee tires, featured by Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And no wonder drivers like Lee tires. For 45 years, Lee of Conshohocken has made only the finest of first-line tires. And today's Lees, with their patented double-life rayon cord construction, are 25% better than pre-war. Safer, easier riding, longer wearing. What's more, your signal dealer can arrange easy credit terms on new Lee tires. And he'll give you a generous trade-in on your old tires. So why keep on taking chances on those smooth, tired-out old tires that can cause serious accidents and spoil your driving fun? Stop by your signal service station and have your signal dealer look over your present tires. You'll be surprised how little it will cost to drive out on fine new Lee tires. And now, back to the Whistler.
So that's it, Gina. 5 years are pushed aside and you're back where you started. Floyd Durant has found you at last. And the whole ugly mess you left behind in Seattle is right here on your doorstep. You know Floyd very well, don't you, Gina? You know he'll keep your secret. You know you can trust him if you pay him as long as you live. Luckily, Clinton, your husband, is due tonight at a political meeting. And shortly after he leaves, you pull your car out of the garage. The letter with Floyd's address on it tucked safely away in your black and white bag. 217 Pine Street, 3rd floor rear. A half hour later, you're walking down the long, dark hallway toward his room. But as you raise your hand to knock, something stops you.
I can't stand it, Floyd. I tell you, I don't care. Nothing matters now. You can do as you please, but don't come running back to me. I'm all through. Don't. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you.
Certainly.
Hello, Jenny. Come in. I've been expecting you.
I've come to tell you I can't possibly...
No such word as can't.
Your friend seemed a little upset.
Temperament. Barbara's a very unstable girl. Not like you, Jenny. You always took everything in stride. Like a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, well, I'll go ahead then. You know, I felt like shouting Eureka when I saw you at the Berkshire today. It's been a long search.
Let's get it over, Floyd. How much do you want?
Well, let's figure how much I would have had if you'd played square with me, huh? Let's see, I let you steal those clothes in the Seattle store. You would have picked up a rich guy.
Never mind that. I asked you how much.
Depends on your resources.
You've got to give me some time. I can't raise the money overnight.
Oh, now, Jenny, let's not be that way. Your husband's a wealthy man coming along in politics.
I think I can get you 1,000.
Never do to have his wife exposed as a thief. Worth a lot to a man like that to keep his
I said I could raise 1,000. Is that enough?
No. How about 10?
I couldn't possibly. Clinton gives me a weekly allowance. He balances my bank statements.
Listen, Jenny, I covered for you. It wasn't easy. I played it stupid. But not anymore. Oh, cheap little shop girl's going to play me for a sucker twice.
You're in as much as I am. You're just as quiet.
Now, careful, Jenny. You talk pretty big for a thief.
I won't let you ruin my life, Floyd. I won't let you do it.
No?
I'll stop you. I swear I'll stop you.
There's only one way you can stop me, Jenny. I just told you how. Think it over for a minute, huh?
He walks out of the room for a moment, and you slump back in a chair, sure that he means what he says. That Seattle is caught up with Hillcrest, and there's no way out. Then, only a split second before he comes back, your eye strikes something on the table next to your chair. A long, bright, sharp pair of scissors. You reach out, grab them, hold them under your bag as you rise.
Now, let's get down to cases, Jenny. It's not whether you're going to raise that dough anymore. It's how.
Floyd, I want to be very sure about this. You know what you'll be doing to me.
What?
You know there's no possible way I could...
I just told you.
All right, Floyd, I'm just making sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Well.
Oh, would you pick up my bag, please?
I thought you'd bring it with you. Sure, baby, sure.
All right. You decided.
It's only after it's over, when you're back in your car, that you realize you still have a chance. That you were lucky enough to be wearing gloves. That when Floyd Durant is discovered with those scissors in his back, there'll be no way to connect it with wealthy, gracious Gina Crane. There's no sleep for you tonight, of course. And by morning, your mind is dull, your eyes heavy as you sit across the table from Clinton at breakfast, looking at the back of his paper.
More coffee, dear?
No, thanks. Well, another murder last night.
What?
Yes, but for once, thank heaven, the police are on their toes.
You mean they know who did it?
Yes, a woman.
Could I see it, Clinton?
Yes, here, read it. Store detective from one of the downtown shops was stabbed with a pair of scissors. It was bound to have been a woman.
They haven't decided who it was.
Her name's there, Barbara something or other. She followed him down from Seattle. There it is, Barbara Arnold.
They've arrested her?
This morning.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I just hate to hear about these things. Clinton, so much crime.
There'll be less of it when I get elected to office. And, by the way, I'd better be getting to my office right now. Things are beginning to hum down there with nominations
Clinton,
coming up.
Darling, you know the Parkers are up at Yosemite?
Yes?
They want me to join them for a few weeks.
Now, Gina, you know that's out of the question. I'm tied up with the committee right now. And
Couldn't I run up alone?
Would you like to?
Would you mind?
Well, I suppose not. When do you want to go?
Right away, Clinton. Today.
You had to get away, didn't you, Gina? Even if it's only for a few weeks. It gives you time to sit back, collect your thoughts, and then try to forget all about Floyd Durant and Barbara Arnold and murder. Somehow, by the time you return from Yosemite, you've almost managed to forget. At least your mind is made up that no matter what happens to the girl they've arrested, you're not going to interfere. Most important of all, Clinton must never know.
I'd have appreciated your coming back last Friday, Gina. I wired you to return then.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I was meeting so many important people and having such a marvelous time. I didn't think a few days would make any difference.
Well, fortunately, they haven't. You won't be needed until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? For what?
Jury duty, dear. You've been selected as a prospective juror in the Arnold trial.
What?
I'm sure they'll accept you.
Clinton,
Yes?
Clinton, I can't serve on that jury.
Can't serve? What are you talking about, Gina? You'll be ideal for them. Well, you've scarcely even read about the trial. No prejudice, an open mind.
I'm sorry, Clinton, I won't serve.
Huh? Well, now, see here, Gina. I'm sorry to disagree with you. I've given you your way many times, but this is one thing on which I've made up my mind. I want you to do everything in your power to get on that jury.
But Clinton,
The committee notified me while you were away. I'm going to be nominated for state senator, and the campaign won't be easy. We can't have anyone saying that my wife refused the simple obligation of jury duty.
Clinton, you don't understand.
Of course I don't understand. Is there any reason, Gina, any reason in the world why you shouldn't be on that jury?
No, Clinton. There isn't.
Oh, that's better. Now, we'll go down together.
Yes, Clinton.
Oh, and by the way, none of that Hattie Carnegie stuff you wear. Wear something simple. Your black and white outfit, perhaps.
Yes, of course, dear. I'll be ready in the morning.
You never expected anything like this, did you, Gina? All night and the next morning, driving down to the courthouse with Clinton, your mind is struggling for a way out. But there doesn't seem to be one. All you can do is pray that Barbara Arnold, the girl you ran into outside Floyd's room, will fail to recognize you. As the attorneys question each candidate for jury duty, you're trembling inside, telling yourself over and over that it was dark in that hall, that Barbara had been crying, that you scarcely spoke, that she wouldn't know now in this courtroom.
And now you're sure, Mrs. Crane, that you can approach this trial with an open mind, that you haven't reached any decision on the basis of what you've heard or read in the newspapers?
I'm sure.
And you would have to be convinced beyond all reasonable doubt that the defendant, Barbara Arnold, my client, is guilty before you would vote for conviction?
I would.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane, that's all.
Thank you.
Just one moment, Mrs. Crane.
Hmm?
Just one more question.
Yes?
Are you certain that you never met the defendant before?
Yes. Positive.
I see. For a moment, Miss Arnold thought you looked familiar. She must be mistaken.
She is. Quite mistaken.
All right. The defense accepts the jury, Your Honor.
Well, Gina, you're on the jury. Sitting in judgment as the state tries Barbara Arnold for the murder you committed. And you've been lucky, haven't you, Gina? Very lucky. No suspicions, nothing to implicate you in any way.
The prosecution will prove beyond reasonable doubt that this girl, Barbara Arnold, sitting here in front of you, weeping, as her attorney has carefully instructed her, did with malice aforethought and hatred in her heart murder Floyd Durant. Are you positive, Mr. Jackson, that the defendant is the person you heard threaten Mr. Durant on the evening of June 14th?
Well, I can't be sure of the voice, but I did hear him quarreling, and he called her Barbara.
Oh? He called her Barbara?
Yes, sir. I heard that all right.
And what time was this quarrel?
Oh, about 8:30, I guess. My wife and I were going out to the movies, and we heard the girls sobbing and yelling.
And what were the words she used, Mr. Jackson, as near as you can remember?
Well, she said, "I'm going to get even, Floyd. I don't care what happens."
Thank you.
But I didn't mean that I was going to kill him. I didn't mean that.
Order! Order! So, Miss Arnold, after your bitter quarrel with the deceased, you turned and ran out of the room.
Yes, sir.
Was that before or after you stabbed him with the scissors?
I didn't stab him. I didn't.
Then how do you explain your fingerprints on the shears?
I must have picked them up to touch them while I was in Floyd's room. I was very upset I wouldn't remember. You'd have to believe that.
You're asking us to believe a great deal, Miss Arnold. A mysterious woman outside in the hall, someone you can't identify.
I don't care. I didn't kill Floyd. I didn't. No matter what you say, I didn't kill him.
That is for the jury to decide, Miss Arnold. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the attorney for the defense insists that you must find this girl, Barbara Arnold, this murderess, innocent, as long as you hold any doubts as to her guilt. Well, for once, I agree with him. But there is no doubt. She quarreled with Durant. She admits that. She threatened him. She admits that. The only thing that she does not admit is that she killed him. She doesn't have to admit that. Her fingerprints are on the weapon. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Motive, opportunity, and evidence.
Yes, Gina. Motive, opportunity, evidence. And as the trial moves into its last day, you're feeling more confident than ever. You're thankful that the jury isn't to be locked up, that you're free to return home now, get a full night's rest before tomorrow's deliberations. And you're more exhausted than you realize, Gina. You oversleep the next morning, have to dress hurriedly, slip into the black and white crepe outfit, grab up your black and white bag to match as you run out the door to the waiting taxi. And there's another ironic thing, Gina. 15 minutes after the jury retires, you find yourself elected foreman. Yes, sitting there in the black and white dress, the same outfit right down to the handbag that you wore on the night you killed Floyd Durant. Foreman of the jury that should be trying you.
Five, 6, 7, 8. We stand 8 for conviction, 4 for acquittal. We'll have to talk it out further.
Yes, Gina, you have to talk it out further until the other 11 members of the jury join you in a unanimous vote for guilty.
But, Mrs. Crane, I still don't see why, if it was premeditated, she would use the scissors.
It's a woman's weapon. I thought of that, too, Mrs. Adamson.
You don't believe, then, that there's anything to her claim about a mystery woman?
None at all. I think that's the weakest argument they presented.
I agree with Mrs. Crane. That's just a trick.
Right. They're not giving us credit for good sense.
All right, ladies. I agree with you. I'll change my vote.
Very good, Mr. Knowles. Then we're all agreed?
Yes. Here, Mrs. Crane, write it down. Write down our verdict.
We, this jury, sworn upon our oath and after careful deliberation, find the defendant, Barbara Arnold, guilty of murder in the first degree.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you're going to be passing a lot of signal service stations during your summer driving, I thought you'd like to know a little more about the organization that brings you the Whistler and the policies it stands for. First of all, signal products have always been sold only through dealer-owned stations. The reason? Signal believes that a man who has his own money invested in his own business naturally has more incentive to serve you better. Secondly, because you want top-quality products for your car, every Signal service station is backed by an organization that serves almost 2,000 Signal dealers, with resources to bring you all the latest advances in petroleum science. Do drivers like this combination of personal service at dealer-owned Signal stations plus fine-quality Signal products? Well, just consider the facts. From a mere handful of dealers in Southern California, Signal has grown and grown. Until today, Signal stations serve 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. For extra driving pleasure, extra performance from your car, why don't you join the switch to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline? And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Gina, you put it over. The incident in Seattle with the late Floyd Durant is closed for good. Yes? Barbara Arnold is about to be condemned for Floyd's murder. Clinton will never know the truth now, will he, Gina? All you have is praise for the way you conducted yourself in serving as foreman of the jury that should have been trying you. As you file back into the courtroom with the other 11 members, you're trembling a little. But not with fear this time, Gina. No. It's because you're thrilled, excited, because everyone in the room is looking at you, waiting for the verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant.
No, Mrs. Crane. As jury foreman, you will please hand the verdict to the clerk. He will read it.
Oh, yes, of course. The envelope right here. I must have dropped it.
You put it in your purse, Mrs. Crane. I watched you.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. I don't seem to find it. We women keep so many things in our pocketbook. But wait a moment. Here it is.
Very well, Mrs. Crane. Hand the envelope to the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane. The clerk will read the verdict. But, Your Honor, this... Clerk will read the verdict. But will you please read that paper? Yes, Your Honor. June 14th. My dear Mrs. Crane, apparently you don't remember me, Floyd Durant. But I remember you, Jenny. I remember you very well. I know when you read this, you'll wish I was dead.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen. with story by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Borrowed Byline.
The trip from Calcutta to Hong Kong had been hot and dull, and Craig McKelvey was glad when the slackening of the ship's engines told him they were moving through Laiman Pass into Hong Kong Road. At the railing outside his stateroom door, he could see the lights of Victoria rising from the jam-packed esplanade to the luxurious villas high up on the peak, and off to the starboard other lights marking Kowloon Point on the mainland. He was glad now that he'd taken the bull by the horns and come here. Calcutta was a fine place for a year, even 2. But 6 years had been too much. And when the opportunity for some quick money had come, he decided to take it and come to Hong Kong, orders or no orders. 5 minutes after the gangplank had been lowered to the dock, there was a knock at his stateroom door. Craig McKelvey smiled as he turned to open it. Solandrum hadn't changed a bit. Still as prompt as ever.
Well, Alphonse Solandrum.
Good evening, McKelvey.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, indeed.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Let me fix you a drink, Solandrum. Scotch and splash.
You're very kind.
On the contrary, I'm very practical. You always discuss business better over a drink. And I know the wire you sent me had a deal in it somewhere.
I thought I made that clear.
You're never very clear, Solandrum, particularly where money's involved.
And what makes you think there's money involved, my friend?
You don't think I'd jump my job and take a long boat ride to renew an old acquaintance, do you?
Wait a moment. Jump your job?
Well, not exactly. But my editor in London...
Mr. Ames.
Yeah, right. Mr. Ames fails to realize that at times a roving correspondent has to rove. He might take a dim view of my sudden departure from Calcutta.
I hope not.
Huh?
You see, McKelvey, your excellent standing with your newspaper in London is exactly the reason I wired you to come here.
Is your drink?
Thanks. Your health, my friend. Excellent Scotch, McKelvey. Excellent.
You can thank the purser. I won it from him last night in a card game. Now, what are you saying about my job?
I think perhaps we'd better discuss mine first. I've established a new connection, McKelvey.
I see.
Representing a British importing firm.
Sounds honest.
So it is.
That's strange, Alphonse. I've never known you.
My past is a closed book, something to be forgotten. There's much to be done here, McKelvey. New worlds to conquer. The right man, the right set of circumstances, and the wealth of the Orient is here for the taking. Tell me, my friend, how much do you know of natural history? What? Do you know, for example, that on the slopes of the mountains to the west, there lives a species of deer, a small hornless animal, unimpressive as a trophy, but worthy of the most skillful hunter who ever held a rifle?
If you don't mind, old man.
I'm being obscure again. To make a long story short, McKelvey, this little animal is the source of one of the most precious materials in the world. A substance for which there is an almost hysterical demand at this very moment.
Well, go on. What is it?
Musk.
Musk?
An essential ingredient of the finest perfume. What little there is in great demand on today's market.
Oh, that's all very interesting, but where do I come in?
I'm coming to that. It seems there is a persistent rumor that a fabulous amount of purest Tibetan musk is floating around East Asia somewhere. My firm is most anxious to locate it. So anxious, in fact, that they've retained me for the past 8 months solely to conduct the search. And that, McKelvey, is where you come in.
Oh, is it?
A simple dispatch in your very reliable newspaper indicating I have discovered the musk would simplify my problem immeasurably.
I'm still a lap or two behind, Alphonse.
I know I can be frank with you, my friend. From the moment I accepted this proposition, my problem has been to persuade my superiors in London to advance funds to cover the purchase. Needless to say, my firm in London tends to be cautious, since the transaction will come to over $250,000 American.
Then you have found the musk?
No.
Oh. Yet you want me to file that story?
Oh, come, McKelvey. You haven't developed any moral compunctions after all these years?
No, just being practical again, Alphonse. You'd never get away with it, you know. In the first place, they'd never send the funds without checking. In the second place, the idea of picking off $250,000 and disappearing it. Simply fantastic.
You underestimate me, my friend. After all, I haven't been at work on this for 8 months for nothing.
So all you need is a story over my signature, and they'll jump.
They do anything to close fast, prevent competitive bidding.
I see. You realize, of course, that this kind of a sellout would finish me as a foreign correspondent.
It should be well worth your while.
How much?
$25,000 American.
You underestimate me, Alphonse. Make it $50,000.
That's a lot of money for a story.
You're buying a career. Excuse me. Yes?
Cablegram, sir.
No. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Hold for arrival.
What?
Consider your impromptu departure from Calcutta inexcusable. Your services with this paper terminated immediately. Frank Parksley has requested temporary transfer to Hong Kong, instructing him to replace you on arrival. Ames.
Anything interesting in your cablegram?
Oh, nothing much. It was from Ames. Just another raise.
That's very fortunate. Your reputation with your paper must remain unimpeachable, McKelvey, until the story is filed.
Yeah, I realize that. Now, how about the price?
$50,000 it is.
Good. When do I file it?
After I prepare the way in London. We must be cautious now. Can't afford to be seen together. Suppose I meet you tomorrow night at 9 at the Twin Dragon Bar?
Right. Well, Alphonse, here's to the story.
Yes, my friend. To your story.
The high-compression engines of many of today's newer cars are designed to perform best on a premium-quality gasoline such as Signal Ethyl. But if you're nursing along an older model, you may think ethyl gasoline wouldn't make any difference in your car. Well, if you'd see some of the vintage models that fill up at the Signal Ethyl pump and hear the enthusiasm of their owners, you'd change your mind. For instance, a chap who lives up in a hilly section was relating, "You should see some cars struggle when they try to pull my hill. But with Signal Ethyl, my 41 model walks right up in high." Another driver of a 46 model remarked, "On cold mornings, I hear some of my friends complaining about hard starting. But with Signal Ethel, my car starts quick as a rabbit. Yes, folks say mighty nice things about Signal Ethel, because this premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline is engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. So if you're not getting the fun out of driving you used to, why not try this little experiment? Do as new car buyers do. Treat yours to a tankful of Signal Ethel. See if you don't feel the difference, a wonderful difference, in Signal Ethel.
It's strange, isn't it, Craig? At the very moment it became clear that your position with the paper in London meant everything to you, with Alphonse Solendrum sitting there in your stateroom, ready to pay you $50,000 for that false dispatch. The crushing wire from Ames discharging you arrived to change it all. You realized, of course, that Solendrum must never know about it. And even as you tore up your editor's message discharging you and turned to Solendrum, you were trying frantically to think of some way the story could be filed and published the following day in London. Solendrum's gone now, and you sit alone in your stateroom for a long time thinking. You remember that no one knows you in Hong Kong. Besides, for the time being, it has to stay that way. A few minutes after leaving the ship, you check in at a nondescript waterfront hotel. You've never been one to apologize, Craig, but this time it's got to be. You hurry down to the cable office, scribble the message out, and hand it to the clerk.
Let me see now. Timothy Ames, Fleet Street. Can't believe you're serious. Came here on ship underground movement, very active in southern China. Know you will allow me time for full report. McKelvey.
Yes?
Mr. McKelvey?
Yes, speaking.
We have received a cable for you from London.
Oh, would you please read it?
Repeat, you are relieved immediately. Oxley arriving Hong Kong SS Malaya soonest. Ames.
I see.
Any answer?
No answer.
But at that moment, Craig, as you hang up the receiver, you know there has to be an answer. That the story must be filed somehow, even if you have to use Frank Parksley's name. That with $50,000 involved, nothing is going to stop you. You call the porter's desk.
Porter's desk?
When is the steamship Malaya due in?
Malaya? Sunday night.
Thanks.
And Sunday night is uppermost in your mind as you sit with Solendrum later that evening in a dark booth at the Twin Dragons. Going over the text of the story you know you'll have to file under Frank Parksley's byline.
You've got that straight, McKelvey. Negotiations are underway. Mind you, nothing more. We must not imply the deal is anywhere near closed.
Oh, of course.
They must fear competition, you see. Rival offers, higher bids.
I see. When does it go?
Tonight.
Tonight, huh?
Yes, we can move fast now. Everything's in readiness.
Oh, aren't you being a little hasty?
Why do you say that?
Well, it's very simple. The heaviest advertising days are at the end of the week. Our story might end up on the press room floor.
Well, then, what do you suggest?
Sunday night. We can't miss if we aim for Monday's late edition.
Oh. Well, I hate to wait now.
You've got to wait if you want to be sure.
Well, all right, McKelvey. I'll leave it up to you. Sunday night.
Yes, Craig, it has to be the night Parksley will arrive on the Malaya, because your mind is made up, isn't it? On Sunday night, you're going to check out of the Hotel Oriental as Craig McKelvey. You're going to move into higher circles in the Victoria as Frank Parksley. And between the two, there'll be a murder. Sunday night finds you at the dock waiting, looking up at the sleek side of the passenger vessel that just pulled in, the SS Malaya. You breathe a sigh of relief when you see Parksley, the linen suit, the thin, rangy figure, the same Frank Parksley you saw in Singapore years ago.
Hello, Parksley. Huh? You don't remember me. I'm McKelvey.
Oh, yes, McKelvey, of course. I'm sorry.
Oh, we only met once.
Yes, London, wasn't it?
Singapore.
Oh.
But it's all right. I wouldn't have remembered you if I hadn't been told you were coming.
Oh, well, then they did inform you that I...
Yes, they sent me a cable.
Yes. I'm sorry, old man. I've been trying desperately to get out of Burma, but it hasn't anything to do with displacing anyone.
Oh, I know. That's my own doing. And Ames, he agrees that I'm a bum.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. We all have at least one editor who can't stand us.
Sure. Look, I hired a car. I'll drive you up to the hotel.
Well, that's very sporting of you, McKelvey. However, there's been a delay in getting my baggage off, and I'm afraid...
Oh, they'll send it up for you.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather wait. Past experience, you know? Somewhere in the Orient, there's a typewriter, 3 suits, and 6 pair of my best Argyle.
I know what you mean. So you wait.
Yes, if you don't mind.
I insist. You don't know Hong Kong, Parksley, but it's like the baggage. A man can get lost here. I was a little surprised when they named you as my replacement, Parksley. What struck you to want to leave Burma?
Oh, well, at the moment I think there's more opportunity for me here.
Oh, really?
Yes. I say, is this the road to the hotel?
Well, it's a roundabout one, but I thought you might get a kick out of seeing the bay.
Well, it's pretty all right.
There's quite a view spot up ahead. A friend of mine drove me out to it the first time I was here.
Oh.
Yeah, here we are, just around this curve.
Yes, I say, you're right. It takes in the whole shoreline, doesn't it?
Yeah. Actually, we're not up very high. Just the way the island jets out here.
Well, not many people could know this spot. Wouldn't be so deserted. I'll have to remember it, McKelvey.
You listen as Frank Parksley prattles on about the view. He's right, isn't he, Craig? Not many people know this spot. You're thinking that as Parksley turns his head, looks away from you in the direction of the bay. Your hand moves down and tightens around the handle of a heavy wrench at your side.
The lights over there, McKelvey. Glittering like the gold we mortals are always after, hmm? Have you ever thought of them that...
The drive back to town gives you your first chance to really let down since meeting Frank Parksley. It's over now, Craig. You did it. Killed Parksley and sent his body, heavily weighted with stones, over the side of the cliff and splashing into the waters of the bay. You're glad now that he insisted on waiting for his luggage. You have a use for it, haven't you? Yes, at Parksley's hotel. But not before you return the rented car and attend to a few things at your own hotel.
Oh, you leave, Mr. McKelvey?
Yes, checking out, Sam. Getting passage on the Malaya.
Here's the Hotel Victoria, mister.
All right. There, here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Front, boy? Front? Oh, yes, sir.
I wired for a reservation. The name is Parksley.
Oh, yes, I remember. If you just sign this card, Mr. Parksley.
Very well.
And it's room number 402. Here's the key. The boy will take your bags.
Fine. All right, Sonny, let's...
Well, if it isn't my good friend.
Solandrum.
Yes, indeed, my dear man.
You go on ahead, boy. I'll be right up. You said yourself we shouldn't be seen together. But not here, not here. I'm in room 402. If there's anything to talk about, wait about a half hour and then meet me there.
As you wish, my friend. Room 402.
Hello.
Yes, sir?
Operator, I was talking to the cable office. Could you reconnect me? I was filing a dispatch for my paper.
Oh, sorry. One moment. I'll get them again. Go ahead, Mr. Parsley.
I'll give it to you from the beginning again. Hong Kong, August 17th. Supposedly well-founded reports indicate certain Alphonse Solendrum, agent for a London importing firm, negotiating for purchase of largest quantity Tibetan musk ever involved in single transaction. Solendrum, commissioned by his
A few minutes later, and it's over, isn't it, Craig? You hang up the phone, sit back, and breathe a sigh of relief. You worked fast, didn't you? And it went through. Everything you said. The report will appear in the London paper. You've managed to keep your promise to Solendrum, haven't you, Craig? With the aid of Parksley's arrival and sudden departure. Now all that's ahead is to wait and collect your fee.
Hello, my friend.
Come on in, Solendrum.
I trust you feel free to talk now, my dear McKelvey.
Anybody see you come up?
Why are you so nervous? You're not at all the man of iron.
Never mind. Just don't like to ask for trouble, that's all. I did a serious thing. I hope you appreciate that.
You've already filed the dispatch?
I have.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't tell me it isn't going to work.
I have better news, McKelvey. Much better. News that will preserve your integrity as a correspondent.
What are you driving at?
Supposing I were to tell you that anything you said concerning the negotiations for my firm in London were true.
Is that what you are telling me?
Exactly. At long last, after 8 months, mind you, I have been contacted by letter. The man who has the musk wishes to discuss business with me.
Now, wait a minute. We had an agreement.
Oh, please, my friend, I'm forgetting. Not for one moment. As you say, we had an agreement, a gentleman's agreement. And because of it, you will receive the amount I promised.
But if you have to make a legitimate purchase...
I'm not above such an action, McKelvey, not under the right circumstances.
You're meeting this man tonight?
He's coming here to the hotel, yes. I must talk to him privately. You see, the margin of profit is accounted for by the simple fact that he did not come by the musk by entirely honest means.
So he's willing to sell for less?
I am buying the musk for exactly half the price my firm will pay.
I see. Very neat, Solendrum.
So you need have no concern over your share. I'll bring it here to your room the moment my guest departs.
Sorry, Solendrum. I hate to be indelicate about it, but I'm in too deep. We'll wait for your man right here. Together.
Yes, sir?
This is 402.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Solendrum is visiting with me, but he expects a caller. If anyone asks for him, would you send him up here?
This is Parksley.
Thank you.
All taken care of, my friend?
All taken care of. Nothing to do now but sit and wait.
Ah, yes. And the moment is close, McKelvey. This will-o'-the-wisp I've pursued these many months is almost in my grasp. Think, man, in the matter of hours, perhaps minutes, we both be rich.
And you are thinking, aren't you, Craig? There's a tense, nervous feeling inside you. And you know Solendrum senses it, too. As both of you sit there in silence, waiting. You glance at Frank Parksley's brown leather luggage piled next to the chair, thankful that the initials FP are facing you and not Solendrum. It's too late to even wish now that you'd thrown it into the bay along with the body of its owner. 11 o'clock. 11:30. 12. You're both wondering now. So many things could go wrong. So much could happen to a man alone in Hong Kong with over $200,000 in his hand. And then...
You'd better answer the door, my friend. Our visitors here.
If you're not getting a new car, you naturally want your present car to keep performing as well as possible. Well, the lubrication and service a car gets have a lot to do with its performance. And that's where independent signal dealers shine. With them, you see, servicing cars isn't just a temporary job. It's a permanent business in which they've invested their own money. That means signal dealers not only actually enjoy working with cars, but on the average have had years of experience. Experience which gives them valuable know-how that can make such a big difference in a car's performance and upkeep. Also, independent signal dealers are well aware that their success and very livelihood depend on how well they satisfy you. Well, naturally, this conscientious type of personal service can add a lot to your car's life and your driving pleasure. Good reason why so many drivers these days are switching to the friendly service stations that feature the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is.
For a moment you can't move, can you, Craig? Then suddenly you find yourself on your feet. And in the few seconds it takes you to cross the room, the whole nightmarish story flashes across your mind. The cryptic wire Solendraм sent you in Calcutta, the fortune in Tibetan musk, the false dispatch, Frank Parksley's body lying at the bottom of the bay, and above all, the fear, the terrible knowledge of what will happen if they find you here in his place. Yes, Craig. From now on, you have to move fast.
Good evening. I wonder if I'm in the right room.
Oh, yes. The man you want is inside. Come in. This is Mr. Solendraм.
Good evening. I presume your partner. Parksley. Yes, sir. Man, I've been expecting.
That's very interesting, Mr. Solendraм. I'm Inspector Wilson. I knew Frank Parksley wasn't working alone, so I've been following him ever since he robbed a trader in Burma of a fortune in Tibetan musk.
Well, this is obviously something between you two gentlemen, so
Oh,
I'll...
no, my friend, don't go. You're in this too.
You're quite right. You see, after tracing Parksley this far, I lost track of him momentarily. Disappeared. Quite remarkable. Then this afternoon, some fishermen reported a body visible at low tide in the shallow water off Crown Point.
Body?
Yes. Parksley's body. Now, suppose you tell me, which one of you killed him?
Now, wait a minute. We haven't seen this Parksley.
You registered here in his name?
But we haven't seen him. We were waiting for him.
Then how does it happen that his luggage is there by that chair? I'd know it anywhere. Or do, I've followed it long enough. You see, some of that luggage contains the stolen mouse.
What?
I said that luggage contains the stolen mouse. Interesting, eh?
That whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Jack Moyles, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, Raymond Lawrence, and Byron Kane. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on the Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Camera Obscura. I don't suppose you ever killed anybody, did you? I didn't think you had. Funny, though, you can't tell, you know. Murderers very seldom look like murderers, and there's lots more of them around you have any idea. I know a fellow, a little squinched up, wheezing gizmo. He's a carpenter, lives on Berenda Street down in L.A. Murdered his wife's brother in 1928, and nobody ever had the faintest idea, except the wife's brother. And the guy's doing fine. He thinks he's got away with it. Well, he'll find out. Like that woman in Alameda that killed her husband with that stuff you can buy in any drugstore and never have a clerk raise an eyebrow at you? No, there's no such thing as getting away with murder, friend. Believe me. And for my money, walking up the 13 steps and standing on a trap door with 9 turns of a hangman's knot rubbing against your left ear, or sitting in a chair smelling burnt almonds with a lot of scared faces staring at you through a little window, or even the hot squat itself. Believe me, any of those legit ways of paying off for murder is pie compared to what you're going to get if you let it ride. You're sure you never killed anybody, huh? Well, you better be. I know. Believe me, I know. I killed Philip D. Vandervoort on September 29th, 1928. I was never arrested. I was never suspected. But, no, I'm not going to tell you how I killed him. I'm not running a school for murderers. And anyway, if you're planning on murdering somebody, you got your own ideas on how you want to do it. The only thing is, I bet you quarter when you get done listening to me, you'll change your mind. You see. The man said he was going to call my story Camera Obscura. I suppose maybe that puzzles you a little bit. Not everybody knows what a camera obscura is, but practically everybody here in Santa Monica knows. The biggest camera obscura in the world's right here, down at the foot of Santa Monica Boulevard in the little park that runs along the top of the Palisades. It's a little green building, probably 20 feet high, practically circular, maybe 20 feet in diameter. And up on the top, in a little kind of cupola, is a lens, like a camera lens, only bigger. And some kind of mirror arrangement in there with it, and there's a big round table that almost fills the building, white top on it. And the image the lens picks up is reflected down onto the table, so it's like a Technicolor movie of whatever's going on outside. There's a wheel, like a ship's steering wheel that you turn to... You turn the lens with it, turn it around so you can point it out towards the bay or up the street or anywhere. That's a cute little gizmo. Tourists have been getting a kick out of it for I don't know how many years. Ask anybody that's ever been in Santa Monica. Everybody's seen it. And an awful lot of people have been in it. That's the Camera Obscura, a harmless little green building in a park in the sunshine. black as a murderer's heart inside. And a miniature world lying flat on a table in there. Go see it sometime. You'll get a bang out of it, too. Even if you don't see what I saw. There was this girl that worked in Llewellyn's restaurant next door to Harry Cowan's bargain store where I worked. No, I've forgotten her name. Kate or Mary or Joanne or something. Just to show you. That morning, I went next door for a cup of what Llewellyn claims is coffee. Nobody in there but this girl, this waitress, Mary or Kate or whatever her name was. She'd been crying. I said, "What's the matter with you, kid?"
Nothing.
Give me a cup of coffee. What's the matter, kid?
Oh, nothing. Sigh. You seen Phil Vanderbilt the last couple of days?
I looked up at her, and the tears started out of her eyes again. I said, and I was telling the truth. I said, "Not since night before last." "Why?" I said.
Where'd you see him?
Why, down to the PE station down the street. What's the matter? Did he run out on you?
Oh, Sigh. Did you know?
What do you mean? Did he?
He's gone.
You sure?
I knew it when I gave him the money. I knew it.
What did you do? Did you give him money?
Oh, Sigh, don't tell anybody, will you? Please don't.
Well, I won't, but...
He said he needed $200 to pay a man for something, and the banks were closed, and he couldn't get any money, and he needed it so bad.
You mean you gave him $200?
I borrowed it from Llewellyn. I told him I'd give it back to him in the morning. I had $240 I'd saved up, and... Sigh, what am I going to do?
Wait a minute, I said. So this was where the money came from. Well, wait a minute, I said. You mean you borrowed $200 from Llewellyn to give to Phil, and now he's gone and you got to dig it yourself?
Saved and saved and saved, Sigh, and now I...
Well, ain't that fine? Ain't that fine? How come you did it? Couldn't you have borrowed it from somebody else, for God's sakes?
We was going to get married, Sigh.
Well, you sap. $200, you sap.
I know it. But what am I going to do?
I guess pay up. You said anything to the police?
Oh, no.
You going to?
I don't know. Should I? No, I can't.
Why not?
Well, I don't know if he really ran out on me, but...
You were going to marry him, huh?
He asked me to.
Yeah. Well...
Oh, Si, don't say anything about it to anybody, will you?
No, I won't say anything. I won't say anything.
If he's really gone...
He's gone, all right.
What should I do?
Well, you can go to the cops if you want to, but if I was you, you'd get an awful lot of publicity, you know that. Worth $200 to you?
I know it. I don't know what to do.
Well, I gotta beat it. Harry will be screaming for me. Here, you got change for a $10 bill?
Yeah, I guess so. $10. 50. 2, 3, 4, 5, 10.
See what I mean? She didn't have the faintest idea that was one of the $10 bills she gave to Phil Vanderbilt a couple of nights ago. Isn't it amazing? I should have thought she'd notice how wrinkled and damp the bill was from the salt water. You see, I didn't think about going through his pockets till after I took him out there under Santa Monica Pier and fastened him to one of the pilings down deep. That was a good place, I thought. Nobody ever goes out there. Nobody but the barracuda and the flat, ugly stingrays with those rows-up teeth like white needles. Kind of left the camera Obscura sitting out there on the Palisades all by itself, didn't we? Well, we'll get back there. I'll say we will. It was funny about Phil Vanderbilt. He was one of those fellas you see around town. You never get to know him. But you see him, and he's like a bus stop sign, or one of the kids that sells the Outlook and the Express on the corner across the street from the California Bank. You know, he's there and you never notice him. Never notice him when he disappears either. It's like that in California quite a lot. So Philip D. Vandervoort sort of faded out. And practically the only people in Santa Monica that thought about him was me and the babe in the Wellens restaurant. And she didn't know I thought about him at all. Funny how a fella is. She never brought up the subject of Phil. I was the one that talked about him. And she... Well, I guess she had been in love with him. There's something about being in a setup like this, a game, kind of, playing it right up to the edge, saying things that'd give you away if she'd had the slightest inkling. A great kick. Yeah, a great kick. I remember one afternoon. I had Wednesday afternoons off, and that day I stopped in the restaurant. She was putting on her hat. Llewellyn had told her her business was slack that day, and she could have the half day. So instead of eating a piece of pie, I said, "Come on, let's take a walk." Thought maybe we'd go down to the beach and take one of the trams over to Ocean Park and play tango, eat a couple of hot dogs. So we started down Broadway, and I said, "Hey, you ever been in that camera Obscura over there?"
No, you?
No, let's go see what it is.
Okay.
It was one of those afternoons when the sun was still shining bright. There was a big bank of fog sitting offshore a few miles, sort of sneaking in to take over. Those afternoon fogs in Santa Monica are a thing. They slide in, and all of a sudden there's like a great big damp gray seagull sitting down on top of it. So I figured the fog would be in another hour, and the beachfront is pretty dreary when that happens, so maybe we'd kill a little time in this gizmo and then walk on over to the Criterion and see the Rough Riders. That was what was playing then, the Rough Riders. There isn't anybody around the camera Obscura when we climb up the steps. No tourists, nobody, just the girl and me, whatever her name was. The wooden door bangs behind us. I didn't know a place could be so dark. Well, we stood there and looked at the white-top table and the moving picture of Santa Monica on it. I have to admit it's quite a kick the first time you see it. But I hadn't seen anything yet. I twisted the wheel around, and the picture slid across the tabletop, and there were the breakers rolling in. There was the Monica Ballroom and the merry-go-round and the pier, and people fishing and people walking around. And I thought about what was under that pier, if it was still there. And then a man walked by real close, so he almost filled the whole picture. He turned, and he seemed to look right at us, up off that tabletop.
Look, there's Phil.
And there he was, staring right at me and kind of smiling, and right behind him in the picture was the pier I left him on. And he stood there, and she fumbled at the door and threw it open, and the light flooded over the picture, and he was gone. Yes, and when I went outside, he was gone from there, too.
But we saw him, Si. We both saw him.
I don't know. I couldn't tell her it was impossible for Phil Vandervoort to stand outside the camera Obscura that afternoon, could I? I had to go along with her. I had to say, "Sure, you'll see him again. Sure, you'll get your $200 back. Sure, he'll show up again." Every time I said it, I got that chilly, cold seaweed feeling between my shoulder blades. I should have had sense then and gone up to Clarence Webb's office and turned myself in and said, "Clarence, I murdered Phil Vandervoort, and you'll find him tied to a piling under the pier out there just the other side of the dance hall." I should have done that. All they'd have done to me was send me up to Folsom and put the black cap on me. No, I had to do it the hard way. I had to get away with murder. I had the hunch, and I didn't play it. I wish I had, that's all.
Let's go over to the camera Obscura again, Si.
I didn't want to go to the camera Obscura again. I didn't want to go in there in the dark. I didn't want to see that picture. I didn't want to see Phil Vandervoort. This afternoon, the fog was already coming in. You couldn't see the end of the pier. As you looked out toward the bay, that white wall kept easing in closer and closer. I had the feeling that when it got to me, I'd disappear, too. Right in broad daylight, you get that feeling. It was warm in there in the camera obscura from the sunshine that had been beating down on it all that morning.
Look at the fog, Cy. Look, Cy.
And the fog in the picture swirled aside a little. There was somebody coming toward us. And I had the illusion that he was actually coming toward us right out of the picture. And then the fog blew away a little more from his face.
It's Bill. Look, Cy, it's Bill. I knew we'd see him again. Bill! Bill!
And she ran out of the place and the door slammed shut. I was all alone in there. She ran down the steps and I could see her in the picture, and Phil came walking steadily toward me, and then I could see her in the picture. She ran toward him outside there, and I could hear her calling outside. Then she ran toward him in the picture, and I could see them both just as plain as I see you. And she ran straight through him as if he was part of the fog himself, and he kept on coming closer toward me. Closer and closer. I don't know how I got out of there. I honestly don't know. I remember I couldn't find the door in the dark, and when I finally did get out, my hands were all full of splinters from pounding on the walls, and there was a gash over my eye where I fell down the stairs, and I'd never been so scared in my life. I mean to say I had never been so scared in my life. You see, something tripped me as I opened the door. Something caught my ankle and threw me. No, it wasn't Phil Vanderwood's hand, as you're probably thinking. It was a long strand of wet seaweed. The kind that gets all tangled around the pilings under the pier.
Let's go over to the camera obscura.
I said I'll never go to that place again. I will never go to that place again.
I'm going anyway. If you don't want to go, I'm going.
I said don't go. Don't go. It's foolish to go to that place.
There's some reason why Phil's hanging around that place, and I want to go there.
I know why. I know why he's hanging around there.
No, I won't go to the movies with you. Going over to the camera obscura, whether you want to go or not.
And I knew I had to go. I said to myself, if you let that girl go over there by herself, she'll see him again, and what if she find out? I said to myself, you got to go with her so you can keep her from finding out whatever she might find out. And I said, well, all right, I'll go just this one time. There wasn't any fog this time. It was a beautiful, bright day. There was just the two of us. Or I should say the three of us. Yeah, we saw him again. This time was the payoff as far as she was concerned. No, I'll tell you about it. There wasn't anything wrong with the picture as long as we had the lens aimed toward town. She turned the wheel slowly and the picture flowed past on the table. Up northward toward the Miramar Hotel, down Ocean Boulevard with the palm trees in front of the little real estate offices. And then we were looking at Broadway, and I could see Harry Cowan walk out of the store and into Llewellyn's. Then the gas station came into view, and we looked down Ocean Boulevard the other way, and then the rustic fence at the edge of the Palisades, and the spires of the dance hall on the pier swam across the board. And there was Phil leaning against a palm tree not 20 feet away, it seemed.
There he is.
And just as if he'd heard her, he looked up at us and grinned. He lifted his hand and beckoned. Again, I had that curious feeling that he was real. He was three-dimensional there in the picture. And she opened the door and went out. But she came right back in.
Oh, there's nobody there.
I could have told her I knew it.
There's nobody out there.
There he was on the table, grinning at us. And he said something. I could see his lips move.
What'd he say?
I didn't hear anything.
I'm going to look again.
She opened the door. And Phil's lips moved again. And I could read his lips. Anybody could read that word. Try it sometime. He said, murderer.
Cy, I'm scared. There isn't anybody there.
And the little figure in the picture smiled again. And he raised his hand and pointed straight at me, and I could see his lips move again. And I knew she had read his lips, too. He said it again. Murderer.
Stop that. I saw what he did. I saw it. Now I know. Now I know why we can't see him out there. He's haunting you. You killed him. You killed... Murderer.
What else could I do? She knew. She'd tell. And I'd hang. So... And I can't even remember her name. After a little while, I opened the door and looked out, very casually. Everything seemed to be normal. I saw Bobby Clark, the motor cop, go by on his bike. Harry Collin was walking back into the store. Nobody was looking at me. I was about to start down the stairs when a sudden thought struck me. I hadn't looked at the tabletop of the picture. I closed the door and turned around. Bill was still there in the picture, still looking at me. And there, beside him under the palm tree, was the girl. Not much left of the story now. Oh, I should have gone then and confessed. It would have been easier. But, well, I knew nobody'd ever find Phil. And I didn't want anybody to find her. They locked the place up at night, but the door came open easy. I didn't bring any light. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the fog was hanging from the sky like a wet velvet curtain. You couldn't see a streetlight a block away. I went in. I fumbled around under the table where I'd left her. She wasn't there. I found a paper of matches finally. She wasn't there. You think you know what terror is? Well, don't let me tell you. I stood up at last, and the night was so still I could hear the foghorn from way up toward Point Doom. The fog, as I told you, was thickest. Well, I glanced at the table. There they were, the two of them. And there wasn't any fog in the picture. I couldn't mistake them. Phil and the girl. And together they raised their hands and they beckoned to me. I knew I couldn't move. But I opened the door. I went down the steps into the fog. There was just one tiny spark of hope in the back of my mind. Just one tiny spark. I knew they wouldn't be there. But they were. And they turned and started away. And I followed them through the fog. Down past the suburban station. Down the hill to the pier. Down across the boardwalk. Down across the clinging, sticky, wet sand and the fog running its fingers through my hair. And under the pier, with the wet, spongy piling making hell's own high forest around me. The smell of dead things cast up from the sea and the waves reaching for me. They went on, and I followed. And the waves beat at my knees. And the undertow crushed at my waist. And I followed. And then I felt my breath being snatched from me. There was a long spurt of seaweed across my face. And night. And the taste of salt.
Listen to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And the girl was played by Cherita Bauer. As usual, the music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Gene Perazzo. And now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The music of Claude Debussy was the inspiration for next week's story, which, borrowing the composer's title, I have called La Fille aux Cheveux de Laine. The girl with the flaxen hair. If you like charming ghosts, you'll probably like her.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
End stop.
Triple O. Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you transcribed by High Potency Ends, America's most popular, truly effective chlorophyll tablets. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host inviting you into the inner sanctum once again. Come in. You're early tonight. The coroner hasn't arrived yet. But it's all right. The corpse is here. Yes, that's him over there in the corner. The slightly decapitated gentleman sitting with his head in his hands. All right, friends. Let's gather round and meet that grim reaper, Mr. Macabre. No. Don't try to run away. Lie perfectly still. If you race with Mr. Macabre, you're liable to end up in a dead heat. From the living room of a small house that has seen better days, a single light shines in the early evening. Inside, Grace Denning waits alone for her father to come home. Anxiously lighting one cigarette from the other, she paces the floor until at last she hears his footsteps on the porch stairs.
Father? Is that you, Father?
Yes, dear. Oh, were you worried about me?
Well, you're never this late for dinner. I thought something might have happened to you. You weren't down at the river again, were you, Father?
No.
Well, where were you?
Just downtown. I stopped off for a minute. Grace, why are you staring at me?
Well, you look so strange, so frightened.
Well, I should be frightened. You know what it's like to live without money week after week, waiting, hoping for a break that never comes.
Well, don't worry, darling. Your luck will change.
I'm not worried anymore.
You got the loan?
Yes.
From the bank?
No. From Dr. Tarleton.
Dr. Tarleton? He wouldn't lend you any money. He wouldn't lift a finger to help you.
Why not? He's an old friend of mine, isn't he?
Well, I wouldn't call him a friend. Not after the way he's treated you all these years. He still hasn't forgiven you for taking Mother away from him.
Don't be a fool.
Well, he hasn't. He's still in love with her. He told me so. At the funeral.
Well, what difference does it make? I've got the money, haven't I?
But how did you get it?
I told you he lent it to me.
Why did he lend you that money?
Because I gave him something in return.
What?
I sold him my brain.
What do you mean, Father?
I willed it to him in return for the loan.
Your brain?
Yes. He said it would be of value to him in his experiments. He said the medical school was making a study of men with artistic talents.
But you haven't painted for years.
Well, Dr. Tarleton didn't really want my brain, Grace. Can't you see? It was just an excuse to torment me.
Well, you're not going through with it. I won't let you.
You'll have to, Grace. I've gotten the money.
Then you'll give it back. I won't let you take it.
Here, what are you doing?
Holding him up to return that money.
Put that phone down.
Father, let go. Drive you out of your mind if you accept this loan. Now, let me speak to him.
Dr. Tarleton's office. Miss Henry speaking.
Hello. Oh, Miss Henry. Is Dr. Tarleton there?
Why, who's calling, please?
This is Miss Denning, George Denning's daughter. Would you ask the doctor to come to the phone, please?
I'm afraid I can't, Miss Denning. Dr. Tarleton is dead.
Miss Henry, I hope you don't mind my coming over here. Asking you all these questions, but you see, Dr. Tarleton was an old friend of the family's, and I'm rather anxious to know the circumstances.
I understand, Miss Denning. Dr. Tarleton often spoke of you and your mother.
When did he die, Miss Henry?
This afternoon, about 5 o'clock. We can't be sure of the exact time. Nobody was with him when he died.
Nobody?
As far as we know. I was out of the office on an errand when it happened, and when I got back, he was dead.
But
What happened to him? I mean, it was all so sudden. Did he have a heart attack or something? Well, he was subject to dizzy spells, Miss Denning. He probably had one this afternoon. Oh, I see. But I'm not sure that's what caused the accident. Accident? Yes, he fell against the instrument cabinet in his office and broke the glass. The edge of it cut an artery in his neck, and he died before anyone could reach him. How awful. Well, what makes you think it wasn't an accident? I don't know. I just have a feeling it might have been murder. Why? Was anybody with Dr. Tarleton when you left this afternoon? Yes, a man by the name of McCobb. Who? Mr. McCobb. I don't know his first name or anything about him, but the police are investigating him right now. And there wasn't anybody else this afternoon? Not that I know of. Are you sure? Didn't Dr. Tarleton have an appointment with a man who was interested in some sort of brain experiment? What's that? An elderly gentleman, tall, with gray hair and a long, thin face. Why, Miss Denning, that was Mr. McCobb.
Where have you been, Grace?
Oh, just out for a walk.
Now, don't lie to me. Where have you been? Over to Dr. Tarleton's office.
Yes?
Yeah, well, what for? I told you not to meddle in my business. Tarleton's dead, and my bargain with him is automatically canceled.
Is that the agreement you made with him, Father?
My agreement with Dr. Tarleton doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't to me, Father. But it might to the police if they find a copy of that agreement.
What are you driving at?
Don't you think they'll find out Tarleton's death wasn't an accident?
Good heavens, Grace, you don't think I killed him, do you? You don't think I murdered a man for the sake of a few $100s?
What did you do? You were in his office at 5 o'clock this afternoon, weren't you?
Who told you that?
What difference does it make? Miss Henry knows you were there. She told me all about it.
I didn't speak to Miss Henry.
Mr. McCobb did. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Father, don't you think the police will see through a trick like that? They're out looking for you right now.
Well, confound it, Grace. I didn't kill Dr. Tarleton. And I never heard of Mr. McCobb. Now, let's not talk about him.
All right, Father. If you want to bluff it through, I can't stop you. Only I wish that...
Just a minute. I'll get that.
No, let me. It may be the police. Hello?
Hello, Miss Denning?
Yes?
I've got to see you right away. I have something to tell you about the murder of Dr. Tarleton.
What do you mean?
I can't talk to you over the phone, but if you'll come down to 54 Palmer Street right away, I'll tell you all about it. Come alone, Miss Denning. And come quickly.
Just a moment. You haven't told me who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. The name is Mr. McCobb.
All right, I'm coming. Yes, what do you want?
What? I'm Miss Denning. Weren't you expecting me?
I never expect anybody around here, especially at this time of night. What did you ring the bell for?
Well, I was supposed to meet somebody here.
Are you sure you got the right address? This is the University Medical School, the autopsy lab. We're closed up for the night.
That's strange. I was sure he said 54 Palmer Street.
Who was this? One of the students?
No, a friend of mine.
Well, it's a funny place to be meeting a friend of yours, but if he said he'd be here, well, maybe you better come in.
Well,
Come on, I don't mind you waiting on the inside. Sure. Yeah, I'm always glad to have a little company around. A place like this kind of gets under your skin.
What do you mean?
Ain't you never been to a medical school before?
No,
Well, there ain't nothing to be afraid of, lady, but it's just like being in a morgue with them dead ones around, especially tonight.
Why tonight?
And didn't you read in the papers what happened? Didn't you see where that doctor got killed under mysterious circumstances?
Dr. Tarleton?
Yeah, that's the one.
You knew Dr. Tarleton?
Oh, sure I knew him. He used to teach down here. Anatomy.
Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe that's why I was told to come here.
Because of Dr. Tarleton? You know something about his death?
No, but the man I'm supposed to meet here does. Have you ever heard of a Mr. McCobb?
McCobb? Are you waiting for Mr. McCobb?
Yes. Do you know him?
Who sent you here?
He did. He called me up on the phone and told me he wanted to speak to me about Dr. Tarleton's death.
Mr. McCobb said that?
Yes.
You better come with me, lady.
Well, what's wrong?
I didn't say there was anything wrong. I just want you to come with me. I gotta know if you're telling me the truth.
Where are you taking me?
Don't worry, it ain't far. Right in here. Come on.
Stop pulling me, will you? Where are we?
Where do you think? In the lab.
But why did you bring me here?
Didn't you say you had to see Mr. McCobb?
Yes, but...
Well, this is where he is. Right in that canvas bag.
It's a body.
Of course it's a body. And they give them all names. The students, I mean.
Oh, no.
This one is Mr. McCobb. That's what I want to know. Who put you up to this? Who told you to come over here and tell me he was alive?
Nobody.
Don't lie to me. Every one of them students know I'm scared of Mr. McCobb. They've been playing tricks on me ever since I got here.
Let me go.
Not until I make sure he's in that bag.
What are you doing?
Opening it up.
No.
Look. It's not Mr. McCobb.
What?
It's Dr. Tarleton.
Yes, high-potency N Stop Triple O. Stop odor of breath, odor of body, other personal odors. All three at the same time. That's important because anyone who comes in contact with the public should take high-potency N's chlorophyll tablets as protection against all odor offense. N Stop Triple O so effectively that just one or two N's tablets keep you fresh as a daisy all over all day.
N's make Triple O go, go, go.
Try this test. Rub an onion slice on your hand. Now moisten an N's tablet and rub it over the same spot.
Why, the odor's gone.
Exactly. That's how high-potency N's act inside your body to stop odors where they begin. They're made from a more potent form of chlorophyll, contain fully effective Daratol chlorophyll, and so act faster, longer, more thoroughly than any other type of chlorophyll product. High-potency N's are guaranteed to stop Triple O the very first day or money back. No deodorant, mouthwash, chlorophyll chewing gum, or toothpaste, nothing that acts only in the mouth or on the surface can possibly stop Triple O. You must take chlorophyll internally for these results. So get N's, that's E-N-N-D-S, N's, pleasant tasting and safe as any garden vegetable. Get high-potency N's, available everywhere. Trial size only 49 cents, larger sizes even more economical.
Well, now that you've had a few moments to let your hair down, let's get back to our story and make it stand up again. Let's see now, where were we? Oh, yes. In that lovely little dissecting room where the university goes to meet the student body. As I remember it, Grace Denning went there, too, with a night watchman to see a man about a corpse. But the corpse didn't keep his appointment. At the last moment, Mr. McCobb got cold feet and left Dr. Tarleton holding the bag.
Are you sure it's Dr. Tarleton?
Can't you see it is?
I'm going to call the police.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to call anybody till you tell me why you came here.
I told you.
You told me a lie. You knew Dr. Tarleton was in this bag. You brought him here.
Don't be a fool.
Well, then who did? Who put you up to this? One of them students?
No.
They must have, or you wouldn't have told me that story about Mr. McCobb. Where is he? What have they done with him?
Nothing. Please, I didn't have anything to do with it.
Mean you're not playing a trick on me?
Of course not.
Then it's true. It was Mr. McCobb.
What?
He's the one who killed Dr. Tarleton. He's the one who put him in that bag.
What are you talking about? You're insane.
Insane, am I? You don't know about Mr. McCobb. You don't know where he came from.
What do you mean?
His body, Miss Denning. They brought it from the state penitentiary. He was a murderer.
Stop it! Stop it!
No, I can't stop it. Don't you understand? We've got to find him and bring him back before it happens again.
Wait, there's the phone. Hello?
Hello? Is Miss Denning there, please?
Just a minute. It's for you, Miss Denning.
That call?
Yes, here, answer it.
Oh. Hello?
Hello, Miss Denning?
Yes?
Tell your father not to worry about the murder. Dr. Tarleton was killed by a woman. A woman who lives at 9 River Road.
How do you know? Who is this?
Don't you recognize my voice? I'm Mr. McCobb.
That's the house, Father. 9 River Road.
Grace, you're not going in there.
I've got to, Father. I've got to know who this woman is.
Well, then I'm going with you.
No, please. You stay here. It may be some sort of a trap to find out where you are. I'm better off alone.
Well, careful, Grace. Please be careful. If this woman is a murderess...
Don't worry, Father. Just stay in the car, and I'll call you if I need you.
Well, all right, dear. I'll be right here.
Come in, Miss Denning.
Miss Henry.
Yes, Dr. Tarleton's nurse.
Good heavens. How did you know I was at the door?
I saw your car drive up. Come in, won't you? Quick, Miss Denning. Come in. I've got to talk to you.
What's the matter?
I'll tell you in a minute. Just let me close the door. There. That's better. Now I can speak freely.
You act as though you were expecting me, Miss Henry.
I was.
That's strange. Nobody knew I was coming.
Oh, but you're wrong. I had a message saying you were.
A message? From whom?
Well, he wouldn't give me his name over the phone, but I had a feeling it was Mr. McCobb. Remember? He's the man I told you about at the office, the one the police are looking for.
He called you on the phone?
About 10 minutes ago.
What did he say?
Well, he didn't want to talk very much, but he said you were coming over to see me about Dr. Tarleton's death. He said you suspected me of committing the murder.
What do you mean?
Do you, Miss Denning?
Why, no. I have no reason to suspect you. What made you think I did?
Just the fact that he said so. And the way you're looking at me right now. How did you find out about the letter opener, Miss Denning?
What letter opener?
The one that's missing from Dr. Tarleton's desk. Who told you about it?
Why, nobody. I didn't know it was missing until you just mentioned it.
Then why did you come here?
Because Mr. McCobb...
Don't blame it on him. He never saw that letter opener.
Well, neither did I. I don't even understand what connection it has.
Don't you, Miss Denning? Why would a letter opener be taken from Dr. Tarleton's desk unless it had been used to commit the murder?
You mean Dr. Tarleton was stabbed to death?
He might have been. The murderer could have stabbed him first and broken the instrument cabinet later to make it look like an accident. Only that isn't the way it happened.
How do you know?
I know because that letter opener isn't really missing. It's just been mislaid somewhere. And if I had a chance to search the office, I'd probably find it.
Why don't you search the office now, Miss Henry?
I will, if you'll come with me.
All right. I'll come with you.
Good. I felt rather peculiar about going down there alone, but if you're with me...
Miss Denning, what's the matter?
Behind you, look.
At the back window.
What?
I don't see anything.
It was there, I tell you. It was there a moment ago.
What?
A face peering in through the window. It's McCobb. That's funny. There doesn't seem to be anyone else back here.
It's been your imagination.
No, I saw it. I tell you, there was something... Wait, what is it?
Thought I heard something move behind the garage.
Quick, let's go in there. We can look through the back window without being seen.
Careful now, we must make a sound.
Here, hold on to my arm.
I can't see a thing, Miss Henry. Who's there?
Don't be afraid, Miss Denning. It's me.
Who are you?
Mr. Crane, don't you remember? The night watchman from the medical school.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for Mr. McCobb. He's around here somewhere. I just saw him.
Where?
Out in the field, behind the garage.
I don't see anyone out here.
You're not looking in the right place. Come with me. I'll show him to you.
No, don't. Don't go with him, Miss Henry.
Why not?
It may take two of us to bring him back. He might not want to come with me.
Please, will you leave us alone, Mr. Crane? Go back to your job and let the police find Mr. McCobb. No, wait. He might know where Mr. McCobb really is.
Of course I know. I just told you he was down there in the field.
Then you go find him, Mr. Crane, and wait for me. I'll be there in a minute.
All right. But don't leave me out there alone with him too long.
For heaven's sake, Miss Henry, don't you know that man's crazy? Crazy or not, I've got to know what he's up to. Here, take the key to Dr. Tarleton's office and go down there right away. Aren't you coming with me? Not until I find out about Mr. McCobb. Don't worry, Miss Denning. I'll meet you at the doctor's office in a few minutes. Are you sure you'll be all right? Of course. Go ahead. All right. I'll see you later.
Mr. McCobb! Mr. McCobb!
Oh, Mr. Crane. Where are you? Why don't you answer me? Here. Who's on that path? Oh, no, don't. The letter opener. The same letter opener. Father, aren't you in the car, Father? Where are you?
It's all right, Grace. I'm here.
Oh, where?
Right here in the doorway. Why did you think I'd left you?
Didn't know where you were. Why didn't you wait for me in the car?
Oh, I don't know. I just got tired sitting there. Besides, I thought I heard some voices back in the house. Is anything wrong?
No. At least I don't think so. I'll know better after we get to Dr. Tarleton's office.
What are you going down there for?
A letter opener, Father. I've got to find out if it's really missing.
Oh, Grace, will you stop butting into other people's business?
But this is our business. Don't you understand? Are you coming with me? Or shall I go alone?
No, dear. I'll go with you.
Wait right here, Father. Just outside the door. Let me know if anybody comes down the hall. Even Miss Henry.
All right, but hurry.
I'll be as quick as I can. Oh, I should have turned on the light before I closed that door. Now, where on earth is that light switch? Oh, what's the matter with this thing? It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't, Grace.
Who said that?
I did. Don't you recognize my voice?
No. Where are you?
Over here, sitting at my desk.
Dr. Tarleton.
Yes.
You're alive.
No, my dear. I'm just living on borrowed time for a while. Just long enough to tell the police who murdered me.
The trick. You're not really dead.
No. You shouldn't have come back here to return that letter opener. That was the trap we set for you. Only we never dreamed you'd kill Miss Henry.
You fool! Who are you?
Dr. Tarleton, dear. The man who was foolish enough to leave you half his estate because of your mother. You're a murderess, Miss Denning.
Be quiet! Be quiet or I'll kill you!
You can't kill me, Grace. You've done it already.
I'll do it again. I'll do it right this time, the way I killed Miss Henry.
Here, put that letter opener down.
Let me go.
Grab her, Gus. I've got her hand.
No, don't touch me.
It's all right, Miss Denning. We won't frighten you anymore. We've got all the evidence we need now.
You're a detective.
You guessed it.
The dead man. The one you had propped up in the chair. Who is that?
Don't you know? That was Mr. McCobb.
Well, that was a corny stunt for McCobb to play. If I were a corpse, I wouldn't go around frightening confessions out of murderous young ladies. I'd rather be seen dead. And speaking of death scenes, have you ever heard the one about the ambitious ghoul who left no stone unturned?
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by Robert Sloane and starred Barbara Weeks in the role of Grace. Everett Sloane played Crane. Music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is You Could Die Laughing by Alan Green. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown. When in the summer sun over an hour a day, look out for glare fatigue. And when eyes look dull and bloodshot from wind, smoking, or reading, get Eye-Gene. Contains Lexitol. Acts like a doctor's prescription. Just 2 or 3 soothing drops in each eye floats away that tired eye feeling. Your eye doctor will tell you, don't neglect your eyes. Use Eye-Gene eye drops daily. EYEGENE. Safe, gentle, a tonic for your eyes. Trial size only 25 cents. Larger economy sizes too. Eye-Gene at drug counters everywhere.
Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time. Next week's happy little horror, entitled Strange Passenger, concerns itself with a bright lad who keeps on killing the same girl over and over again until he realizes that she's taking him for a sleigh ride. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Be sure to join us at the same time next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery. Brought to you, transcribed by High Potency N's, America's most popular, truly effective chlorophyll tablets. And don't forget N's 2 great television shows, Police Story on CBS TV and Lights Out on another TV network. Please check your local television listings for day and time. Carl Caruso speaking.
Mystery is my hobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For this week's drama, I've selected case history number 127 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death is a Grain of Sand.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the first act of
Mystery is My Hobby. Why the good inspector had to drag me to the theater tonight of all nights is quite beyond me. I could much more profitably have been finishing the first chapter of my latest book or calling upon a very desirable young lady I know. Of course, mystery is my hobby, but that doesn't include magicians, charlatans, and mind readers. And that's just what this Raja Vidrami is, I'll bet you. Even if he is billed as the greatest wizard of modern times.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Barton. Inspector, you're getting childish. Certainly you don't believe in this stuff.
Of course not. I'm here on business.
You want to learn some card tricks?
Now, look, Bart, you know the department frowns on these kind of things. We got laws about fortune tellers. I'm here to see that this guy doesn't pull any monkey business, that's all.
And incidentally find out how your great aunt is doing in the other world, Inspector?
Now, Bart. Anyhow, they usually have some mighty pretty girls in these kind of shows.
That's right.
In tights. Now, be quiet. Here comes the man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
To some of you, it may indeed seem strange that I appear before you in this unusual capacity, but I assure you I am the same Dr. Tree who was your professor of psychology at the university.
Yeah, it sounds as if the guy might be all right, Bud.
Wait a second.
A professor wouldn't give up a good job to handle a plate, would he?
Maybe not.
I am convinced that the Raja Hanuman Vikrame has developed the ability to control his mind, as well as the minds of others, to an extent never before known to science. That is why I left the university a year ago, to enjoy the company of this great man. I therefore take great pleasure in introducing to you Raja Vikrame.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raja Vikrame. During the evening, I shall attempt many experiments. However, the greatest one of all will require the whole evening. I shall therefore begin it now. Loretta, if you please. You will become rigid, Loretta. Dr. T, you and I will bind her hands to her side. We will place the rigid body upon this bed of sharpened spikes. Strike them, Dr. Tree. I wish the spectators to know that they are real.
Yes, Raja.
We now place this sheet over Miss Loretta. Now, Dr. Tree, you will cover her completely with sand to a depth of at least 2 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall see at the end of this performance that despite a complete lack of air, when we uncover her, she will still be alive. Dr. Tree is now removing the sand. Buried in sand for 2 hours, you shall see that Miss Loretta still lives. You may remove the sheet now, Dr. Tree. Miss Loretta. Miss Loretta. Dr. Tree, please.
She's dead, Raja. She's dead.
Impossible.
Loretta's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, a terrible tragedy has occurred. The girl we buried alive in the sand is dead. Not by suffocation. She's been shot.
I'll pick out a couple of men and put them on the stage, Shorebart. Then I'm going to call for a detail.
Okay, Inspector. Raja, could we have the curtains closed, please?
Yes, I attend.
Well, Dr. Tree, something seems to have gone wrong.
It's impossible. It couldn't be done.
Death isn't very pretty, is it, Doctor? Well, the Raja can at least close up the curtains.
The Raja can do anything.
Yes, except bring this poor girl back to life. Help me turn her over, Doctor. Maybe we can find the wound.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. We'll set her down here, off the spikes. That's better. Yes, indeed.
It's terrible, sir.
A gaping hole in the back of her head. Bullet still in the brain.
It couldn't happen. It couldn't.
Yes, but it did. Let's take a look at this bed of spikes.
Well, there's nothing...
What's this?
What, sir?
This bent metal tube running to this spike. There's a mouthpiece on the end of it.
Well, it's...
There. I'll pull it out of the spike. Well, this particular spike is hollow. There's a hole barred in the stage just under it. There are 2 other holes, slightly larger, right alongside of it. Well, Dr. Tree, this exhibition was a fake, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried in the sand, supposedly in a trance, she was breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a fake. That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree. Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far, I've been able to fool all the great authorities.
Well, never mind. Who was backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred. Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Yes, she was quite alluring.
There's one thing I think you should know, Mr. Drake. This girl here, Loretta, was my wife.
Very interesting.
We've been married just a few months.
And I see you're completely overcome with grief.
Hey, Barnes.
Yes, Inspector.
I've got guards on the doors and the homicide detail will be here any minute.
Good, old Inspector. You follow the routine to the letter, don't you?
You bet.
Where's our friend the Rajah? Did you let him go?
I'll say I didn't.
The Rajah couldn't possibly have committed this crime, gentlemen. He was on stage during the entire performance.
Where is the Rajah, Inspector?
Downstairs in one of the restroom rooms.
Perhaps we'd better go have a talk with him.
Hey, what's that? Who's shooting?
Come on, let's find out.
He's there! He's in there!
Hey, give me that gun.
Who's in where, Mildred?
Man, I don't know who, but he ran back to the mummy case.
I'll bring him out.
Wait a minute, Bart. Let me get him out.
Okay, Inspector, go ahead.
Come on out, you. Come on, or I'll shoot. Come out of that box. That'll get him.
You're so thorough, Inspector.
Nobody in there.
I'm sure I saw somebody. I'm sure I did.
Hey, what was that crash?
Where's Dr. Tree?
How do I know? He was just here.
I'm afraid this little pretty has tricked us, Inspector. She's distracted us long enough for Dr. Tree to go downstairs and conceal some evidence. Well, Dr. Tree, coming up again?
I was down here looking for evidence.
And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shot could have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even moved our wardrobe trunks.
What was that crash we heard?
One of the trunks got away from me as I tipped it.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably.
Yes, Mr. Drake?
Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying in front of him, dead.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I have learned a great deal from the Rajah.
Yes.
Sublimity of the mind.
Well, Inspector, as long as we've come this far, we might as well go down and take a look for ourselves.
But I assure you there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
I see. Are these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
What's this little tin pail?
One of the props, I believe, Mildred.
Yeah, the Rajah makes roses grow out of it.
This one's been smashed.
I'm afraid the trunk fell on it.
I see that some of your sand has leaked through onto the floor from above.
Possibly. There are several holes in the stage.
Hey, Mark, come over here.
Yes, Inspector?
Here's where the murder was committed.
Yeah? How?
Through one of these holes here in the ceiling. See, this one has powder marks. Somebody poked a gun through this hole and pulled the trigger.
I wonder who.
Mildred, that's who. She's the only one who was off stage, and I took a gun away from her, remember?
But Mildred's gun was an automatic. An automatic wouldn't fit into that hole, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it wasn't Mildred, but somebody did. I'll better find the gun, too, right here in this basement.
Mr. Drake, could I speak to you alone?
Well,
Go ahead, Bart. I'll stick with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Bart. Mind if I call you Bart?
Why not?
Bart, you believe love is overpowering?
Are you trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
God made love is everything.
You have this point. Just what do you want to talk to me about?
Well, you're more the romantic type than the Inspector.
Right.
I could go for a guy like you.
It's pretty easy to work by yourself.
I'm an awful jam, Rod.
Really?
God, kiss me.
I never refuse a lady in distress.
Get out of this mess. We'll have fun.
That depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Oh, now, Bart, don't spoil it.
Open your heart, darling. What crooks?
Dr. Tree never would have married Loretta if he'd been here teaching the school. He was out of his environment.
Something like I was a few minutes ago.
Oh, now, please, please. Go on. After the ceremony, he found out his mistake, but it was too late. She wouldn't give him up. After all, managing the Rogers, $100,000 racket, she wanted her part of the take.
You admit it's a racket, huh?
Only you. I can trust you, Bart, can I?
Well, on certain limitations. What's the rest?
Well, I saw Dr. Tree needed sympathy. So I gave it to him.
In other words, you made a play.
What?
And when you play hard.
That isn't very nice, Bart.
Let me say it for you. Loretta became jealous of you. She became so jealous that the doctor felt he had to kill her.
You know better than that. Dr. Tree was on stage all evening.
That's so. Then Loretta became so jealous that you had to kill her. You weren't on stage all evening.
That's the kind of conclusions I thought the inspector'd make. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
It's a very simple matter to find out if you fired the gun. Those things leave powder marks embedded in the skin of your hand.
I did fire a gun. Out there on stage, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all you have to tell me. No wasting time, my sweetheart.
I haven't mentioned the most important thing.
You mean there's more?
I was bad once. I rolled a guy for his dough. Loretta was with me. She held it over my head. Said if I didn't leave her husband alone, she'd go to the police about me. And while she was there, she'd expose the Raj as a fake. When she turned to leave me, the Raja was standing there. He heard everything she said.
So, you think the Raja killed Loretta?
Well, I didn't actually see him do it. He had a darn good motive.
But Dr. Tree made a great point of the fact that the Raja couldn't have killed her. Remember, the Raja, too, was on stage all evening.
Puzzled. Dr. Tree said that?
Yes.
But the Raja couldn't have killed Loretta. Well, I thought that he...
Yeah, what did you think?
Yes, Mildred. Tell us, what do you think?
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the second act of...
Mystery is my hobby.
Yes, my dear. Tell us, what do you think?
Well, Mildred?
Raja, I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I simply meant you could have killed her.
It's true. It would have been possible. I know something of firearms. Even better still, I know ways of controlling the human mind so that a person will destroy himself. I would have a care, Mildred.
I know, Raja, I know.
But I did not kill Loretta.
Did you know that Loretta had threatened to expose your claims to abnormal mental power as false, Raja?
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across my body, crushing out my spirit. How was I to know that these three had contrived to embellish my miracle with the use of mechanical contrivances, fraud and trickery? Since I learned this through Miss Loretta's thoughtless words, my life has become a mockery. I'm nothing but a bit of chaff being ground in the middle of commercialism.
You must hold a great hatred of them, Raja Bidrami, and especially for Loretta, who threatened to expose you.
Hatred is not within the concepts of my mind, Mr. Gray. It is an unworthy emotion.
I can sympathize with you.
Tell me something. When this crime becomes public knowledge, my work as a charlatan for this past year will also become public. will it not? Wait.
Help, boy! Help! Help!
Good heavens, that's the inspector.
Help! Help!
Where are you, Inspector?
In here. In the mummy cave.
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tree, he has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Rajah? Don't you want him to go free, too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Help! Let me out!
What makes you so sure, Dr. Tree?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Rajah's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Hey, Carter, you gonna let me out?
I'm sure he's not mistaken. This is the gun. I've seen it before.
But how could it be the murder weapon when I have the murder weapon right here?
You shot it out of my hand.
Now, will you please release the inspector from the mummy case?
I shall be happy to do. Where is he? I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the line of duty.
Now, don't feel too bad, Inspector. I've heard of Egyptians who saved most things for thousands of years.
The dirty, luggy tripling. Pretended he was trying to help us. I dropped the gun and he shoved me inside that thing and slammed it shut. Oh, Bart, when the boys hear about this...
No, don't worry, Inspector. I won't help.
I think I'll just work the doctor over for luck.
Just a minute, Inspector. Let's get one crime solved before we come involved in another. Now, the way I see it, Dr. Tree here and the beautiful Mildred are in love, age notwithstanding. Each seems to be afraid that the other did the killing, and each is trying to protect the other.
I can get results quicker with the heel of my hand. I'll make the doctor confess, but quick.
I'll save you the trouble, Inspector. If you all come out onto the stage, I believe I can now reconstruct the crime.
If you will be so kind, Mr. Drake, I would like to go to my dressing room and lie down. I'm overcome with shame. Oh, no, you don't. You'll stay here.
I'd prefer it, Rajah.
As you wish. Although my shame is punishment almost too great to bear. If I committed a crime, it was in all innocence. I was gullible. These are the tricksters who blaspheme my work.
Yes. We'll take care of that in a minute, Rajah. First, I want you to notice these 3 holes here in the floor. One was for the tube that Loretta breathed through. One was used to push the barrel of the revolver upward. Just tight enough to hold it firmly. But there's still another hole.
Yeah. What was that for?
The little tin pail, Inspector, that we found downstairs. It was tied to the trigger of the gun directly under this 3rd hole. So when the sand was shoveled in over the girl, some of it ran through the hole and into the pail. When the bucket gained sufficient weight, naturally, it pulled the trigger of the gun.
Well, I'll be darned. What didn't I think of that?
You will when you tell it to the boys.
Incredible. What I want to know is why we didn't hear the gun go off.
Oh, Inspector, how could you? The gun was under the stage. It was also covered by Loretta's body and over 2 feet of sand. A perfect setup. Even the murderer couldn't be exactly sure when it was going to go off.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it still be sticking there in the hole?
The murderer poked it out himself after the sand had been removed, Inspector.
But it would have been on the floor downstairs.
Any one of the 3 could have retrieved it from there, Inspector. Mildred wasn't on the stage all the time. The Rajah went down to rest, and Dr. Tree went looking for evidence.
Yeah. I think we'd better run all 3 of them in.
Look, Elijah.
Hey, no, you don't. Give me that knife.
There's a too late, Inspector.
I go where spirits are kind, where there is no fraud or deception.
Roger.
Yes, my son.
You're dying. You know that, don't you?
Yes. This is as I wish it.
What about the murder, Rajah? Tell us.
A human can only stand so much sight. I worked for greatness, then found that true greatness was not for me. That is tragedy into itself.
Tell us. Please tell us about Loretta.
Loretta? Yes. As Allah will.
Hey, he's dead. Yes.
He's dead.
Well, I guess that just about closes the case.
Yes, Dr. Tree, it just about does.
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake in
Mystery is My Hobby. You know, Inspector, the Raja was a good and sincere man. He had a lot of talent, if the others hadn't tried to exploit it.
What kind of talent?
Extrasensory perception, for one thing.
What's that?
Give it.
I don't believe it, whatever it is. Don't tell me that he gave you some kind of a thought transfer that made you tell me to arrest Dr. Tree for Loretta's murder. Or maybe you read his mind.
No, Inspector. It wasn't a thought transference. In fact, it was Dr. Tree's complete lack of thinking that put me on the right track.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You remember when he announced Loretta's death from the stage? He said she'd been shot. But when we looked at the body lying face up on that bed of spikes, there was no visible wound. We didn't find the wound until we turned her over.
Well, I'd have seen that, too. Only I was out posting guards on the doors and phoning headquarters.
Why, of course you would, Inspector. Just as you knew that Dr. Tree was the only person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the floor.
Did I know that?
I certainly did. He was the one who shoveled the sand out of the way. He was the only person who came near the body and the gun. You knew that, Inspector. You wouldn't have insisted on staying downstairs and searching for the murder weapon.
I found it, too.
Yes, you certainly did, Inspector. In the Raja's trunk, right where Dr. Tree had put it.
I'm good, ain't I?
Yes, you are. You certainly are. It was you who also pushed the trunk aside, Inspector, the trunk that Dr. Tree used to hide and smash the little tin pail which was attached to the trigger of the revolver.
That was easy.
Oh, I don't know.
It was you, though, who found a little pile of sand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bart, love is a terrible thing.
Oh, Inspector, don't tell me that you're down on love.
I am when it makes a guy kill his wife because he wanted a babe like Mildred.
Mildred isn't so bad, Inspector. You can blame greed just as much as love. Loretta hung on to the doctor not because she loved him. She only wanted a wife's share of his $100,000 racket.
Yeah, love and greed. Both of them are terrible. Hey, Bart, remember, you promised that you wouldn't tell the boys down at headquarters about me being locked up in that mummy case.
Oh, Inspector, of course I won't. I don't get any pleasure out of telling the world that a man is a fake. Mystery is my hobby.
Why, close up,
Glenn Langan will return in just a moment. Mystery is My Hobby is written by Fred Howard and directed by Dave Titus. This episode was based on an original story by Ray Wilson. Our original music was composed and played by Len Salvo. Included in our cast were Ken Christie as Inspector Denton, Junius Matthews as Dr. Tree, John McIntyre as Raja Vedrami, and Betty Lou Gerson as Mildred. The events depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is purely coincidental. And now, here's Glenn Langan with a word about next week's story.
Thank you, Bruce Buell, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Next week, plan to be with us when I bring you case history number 128. It's a story of murder and a famous necklace. I call it Death is a Jewel. Until then, this is Glenn Langan saying adios.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves, if you can. Where are we going? Well, let us say for the moment we're taking a little trip into time and a story I call New Year's Nightmare. As the old year entered its last minute, the crowds at the Club Tropicana were waiting expectantly for the clock to strike midnight. At a ringside table, a lovely young woman angrily whispers to the man with her.
Chris, if you take another drink, I'll leave.
Oh, Judy, this is New Year's Eve. It'll be 1947 in another minute. Gotta celebrate, don't I? Just one more.
Just one more, just one more. That's what you always say. I wouldn't mind if it were just tonight, but you're always getting drunk.
Waiter, another bottle of champagne.
Nothing I say means anything to you, does it? You think because I've forgiven you a dozen times in the past, I'll do it again. But you're wrong, Chris.
Happy New Year, darling. 1947 is going to be our year.
No, Chris, it isn't. I won't marry a man who gets drunk in New York and wakes up the next day in another city.
Oh, Judy, what are you saying? You don't mean that. You know I love you.
Yes, Chris, you love me. But not enough to give up drinking. I'll miss you, Chris. Miss you terribly. But I know I'm doing the right thing.
Judy, don't talk like that. I couldn't live without you. You know that. Won't you?
I'm sorry, Chris. Here's your ring. Will you please take me home?
You don't have to leave. If the sight of my drinking is too much for you, I'll go someplace else and do it. Martin will take you home. Happy New Year and goodbye.
Do you mind finishing that drink, mister? It's 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm dead on my feet.
Sure, I'll drink up. No matter what she says.
That's right. Now you better go home and sleep it off. Good night and a happy 1947 to you.
Thanks. And the same to you. Gotta find another bar. New Year's. Gotta celebrate. Another bar across the street. Oh, gotta celebrate.
Hey, mister, look out for that car. You're going to run down if you don't. Look out!
Oh, my head. Oh, it feels so funny. What's that noise? Those horns.
Why, darling, it's midnight. New Year's.
Oh, my head, it's throbbing so. Where am I? How did I get here?
Why, darling, you live here.
Live here? What are you talking about?
Charles, I'd better call Dr. Smith. You look so strange. Hello? Connect me with Dr. Smith's apartment, please.
Never seen this place before.
Hello, Doctor? This is Blanche Arnold. Yes, it's Charles. He isn't well. Could you come to our apartment at once? Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
What do you mean, I live here? Who are you? Where am I?
I'm your wife, Charles. This is our home, don't you remember?
You're my wife. You can't be. I'm not married. What am I doing here? What's your game?
Charles, can't you remember anything about us?
What are you talking about? I never saw you before. And why do you keep calling me Charles? My name is Chris. Chris Andrews.
Chris Andrews. So that's what the initial CA stood for.
Oh, that noise out there. What are they making such a racket for?
Because it's midnight, New Year's Eve.
Midnight? New Year's Eve? But it was midnight hours ago when I left the Club Tropicana. What are you talking about?
Oh, that must be Dr. Smith. I'll answer it.
Dr. Smith? I don't know any Dr. Smith.
Oh, come in, Doctor. I'm so glad you're here. I think it's the amnesia. It seems to have left him all of a sudden. Charles? It's Dr. Smith.
I don't know him, and I don't know you. And please stop calling me Charles. I told you my name is Chris Andrews.
Mm-hmm. Won't you sit down, Mr. Andrews? I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes.
What about?
Tell me, Mr. Andrews, what's the last thing you remember before finding yourself in this apartment?
Why, Judy. She and I were at the Club Tropicana, celebrating New Year's Eve.
I see.
I remember we quarreled about my drinking. I walked out on her and had a few drinks someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can recall. Oh, my head. I've had hangovers, but I've never felt like this before. What time is it?
It's just 4 minutes after 12.
But it can't be 4 minutes after 12 New Year's Eve. That was hours ago when I left the Tropicana.
Mr. Andrews, that was New Year's Eve, 1947.
What do you mean, that was New Year's Eve, 1947?
This is New Year's Eve, 1948.
1948? What are you talking about? It's 1947.
Well, here's the morning paper. You can see the date for yourself.
Thursday, January 1st, 1948. No, it can't be. It can't be. A year gone? Just like that? Well, where did it go? I haven't lived it yet.
Perhaps you'd better let me clear up a few things for you.
1948.
My name is Smith. I was a resident physician until recently at the Park Hospital. While I was on duty, last New Year's Day, 1947, you were brought into the hospital seriously injured, having been run over by a car. When you recovered consciousness 5 days later, you didn't know who you were. You were a victim of amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yes, and we didn't know who you were as you had no identification papers.
But my wallet, letters...
They were gone. The only clue to your identity was a belt buckle with the initials CA on it.
We didn't know your real name, so I called you Charles, for the C.
Blanche was your nurse.
I've always liked the name Charles. And as for your last name, we thought Arnold was as good as any, so you became Charles Arnold.
But what have I been doing since the day I recovered consciousness?
Well, you weren't discharged from the hospital until May. Then you went to work as an insurance clerk.
As an insurance clerk? But I don't know anything about being a clerk. I'm a reporter.
Well, there was no way of learning what your occupation had been. So when Blanche learned of this opening in an insurance office, you applied for the position.
And that's where I've been working? Up to now?
Yes.
And then after you got your job, we were married.
Married?
Charles. Chris. Don't you remember?
I'm afraid, Blanche, you really can't.
Married. But Judy... Oh, it's like a dream. My head keeps throbbing. I keep expecting to wake up. There's that date in the paper. January 1st, 1948.
Doctor, you said he might never get over his amnesia.
Well, that was a strong possibility, but apparently the sounds of New Year's brought back his memory.
You're going just like that. Judy. My friends. Job. All gone. Doctor, where am I? What's the address of this apartment house?
You're at 5718 North 13th Street, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? But how did I get to Philadelphia?
That we don't know. All that I can tell you is that your accident occurred just a few blocks from here.
Darling, I know what a shock it must be.
Strange. You must have called me darling many times in the past. And yet this is the first time I've ever heard you call me that.
Yes. I know.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, hello, Doctor. Come in, won't you?
Thank you. How are you, Blanche?
All right, I suppose.
How's Chris getting along?
He's fine. It's just...
Why, Blanche, what's this? I've never seen you cry. Here.
No, it's just that everything's so changed. Those 6 months Chris and I were married before he regained his memory were the happiest of my life.
And now?
This past month since he got his memory back, it's been as though I were married to a stranger. It isn't as though he doesn't try to be nice to me, but it's also obvious he doesn't love me.
Now, Blanche, you mustn't say that.
It's true, I tell you. How can a man love a woman those first 6 months as he loved me and then fall out of love with her when he's regained his memory?
You must have patience, Blanche. It will take time for Chris to adjust himself to what's happened. He fell in love with you as Charles Arnold, and I'm sure he will as Chris Andrews. You just must give him time.
Chris Andrews. Chris, it is you.
Judy. Oh, Judy. Oh, just let me look at you. Oh, this can't be true. You're being here.
Well, it is. It's been a long time.
Yes. Year and a month since New Year's Eve, 1947.
Chris, what are you doing here in Philadelphia?
I live here.
Well, so do I. I got a job with Ryan and Company as a copywriter here a few months ago.
Look, Judy, we can't talk here on the sidewalk.
That's right. Well, look, I live only a few blocks from here. We can go to my apartment.
Oh, that's fine. There's so much I want to ask, and there's so much to tell.
Here, let me have your hat and coat.
Thank you.
Would you like something to drink?
No, I don't drink anymore.
Oh? Chris, you have changed. You look so much older.
Well, you don't. You're as lovely as that night I saw you last.
Thank you, Chris.
Judy, you'll have to let me explain what happened after I left you that night at the Tropicana. If you find it difficult to believe, I won't blame you. It still seems like a nightmare to me. That night, after I left you... And so now you know everything. From the moment I last saw you to this one.
Oh, no wonder you look different after having gone through an experience like that. Well, you're all right now. You know who you are. You're happily married. You have a job.
I'm not happily married, Judy.
Chris, you mustn't talk like that. Surely you must have loved your wife if you married her, and she hasn't changed.
Judy, there's never been anyone for me but you. You know that. And you still feel that way about me.
No, I don't.
When we met tonight, that old look was still in your eyes. You do care. You know you do.
Please, Chris, no matter how I feel about you, it's over now. You're married, and that's all there is to it. I wish you'd go, and I don't want to see you again.
Chris? Where have you been? I expected you home from work hours ago.
I met a friend.
Oh. Oh, you look so tired. Do you feel well?
Blanche, this past month I tried my best to be a good husband, haven't I?
Oh, you have been, darling.
No, there's something missing, and you know it. Oh, it isn't your fault, it's mine. And as a result, we're both unhappy.
You mustn't say that, Chris. I feel that in time, things will be as they were when we were first married. When you were Charles Arnold.
No, but they won't be, Blanche. It's no use, I tell you.
Chris, who is the friend you met tonight?
The girl I was once engaged to.
I see.
Blanche, you've got to give me a divorce.
No, Chris. I'll never do that.
But why? You know I don't love you. What's the sense in going on like this?
Chris, when you were Charles Arnold, you did love me, and we were happy together. I had your love once, and I mean to win it back. I won't give you a divorce.
Hello, Judy.
Chris, I asked you not to call on me again.
Judy, I've got to talk to you. May I come in?
Well, all right. But just for a few minutes.
Thank you. Judy, even if we hadn't met again a week ago, things wouldn't have been any different between my wife and myself. I'll never love her. And I'm not going on with her.
What do you mean, Chris?
I'm going to leave her, Judy, and start all over, someplace far away. I just came around to say goodbye.
Are you set on leaving her?
Yes. Nothing can change my mind about that.
Now, you've got to understand my position, Chris. I could never be happy with you if I thought I'd been the one who came between you and your wife. But if you are going to leave her, I would like to see you again when you're free.
Would you, Judy?
Yes. But I don't want to see you until she's given you a divorce.
Divorce? Judy, I am going to be free. Nothing's going to prevent it. Nothing. Blanche, how would you like to go out tonight?
Go out?
Yeah, we might take in a show or go dancing. Didn't I ever take you out when I was Charles Arnold?
Oh, why, yes. We used to have wonderful evenings together then.
Well, why not now? Unless you don't want to.
Oh, Chris, there's nothing in the world I'd rather do.
Hey, why the tears?
Oh, it's just that I'm so happy.
Oh, come here. Did this Mr. Arnold ever put his arms around you? Like this?
Oh, yes, often. Oh, Chris, stop squeezing me so tight. Chris.
Sorry, darling.
Oh, you almost squeezed me to death.
That's so you remember that I'm your husband and not Mr. Arnold. And Blanche.
Oh, yes, Chris.
I'm taking a week's vacation soon. What do you say if we go up to the Adirondack Mountains for a week of winter sports?
Oh, Chris, I'd love to. Well, it'll be like a second honeymoon.
Blanche, you all right? It's only a few more feet to the top.
I'm coming, darling. Where? Oh, there you are. Oh, Chris. Oh, the view is wonderful from here, isn't it?
You're right. Being up here is like being alone in the world.
Yes, just the two of us. Oh, this past week's been a wonderful one, Chris. I've never been so happy.
Nor have I.
Oh, be careful, Chris. Don't go so near the edge. That canyon's 4,000 feet deep.
Oh, this ledge is perfectly safe. Come over here and take a look at the valley below.
All right. Ooh, please keep your arms around me, Chris. Looking down like this frightens me.
There. You're safe in my arms.
Chris, why are you looking at me that way?
What way, dear?
I don't know. Is your head throbbing again?
No, dear. I don't suppose you've changed your mind about giving me a divorce, have you?
Giving you a divorce? But I thought we were so happy together.
Yes, that's the impression I meant people to get.
Chris, you can't be serious. Why, everything's been wonderful these past few weeks.
Oh, I see it won't be any use trying to talk you into it.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Blanche. I don't want to do this, but you've given me no alternative. It's really your own fault. that you must die.
Let go of me.
No use struggling, darling. No one can see or hear you, and you can't possibly escape.
You can't throw me off that ledge, and I'll hang you.
I don't think so, dear. We've been so happy these past few weeks. I'm sure the police will see it as an unfortunate accident.
Stop pushing me toward the edge. Chris, don't. I'll give you a divorce. I'll give you anything.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. Good evening, Judy. May I come in?
Why, yes, of course. How are you, Chris?
Oh, I'm all right. I want to thank you for the note you sent me when Blanche died.
I can't tell you how sorry I was to hear about it, Chris.
Yes, it all happened so quickly.
What have you been doing since then?
Oh, just working. Trying to straighten myself out. Judy, perhaps I shouldn't talk about it now, seeing that Blanche has only been gone a month, but I've been thinking of leaving town. Will you come with me?
Please sit down, Chris. You make me nervous walking back and forth like that.
All right. But you haven't answered my question.
Well, it isn't easy to answer.
It would be if you said yes. I see in your eyes you mean no. Why?
Chris, I've met someone else recently.
Someone else? But you said if I were free, you'd marry me.
I didn't say I'd marry you. I said if you were free, I'd like to see you again. But now I'm not even sure of that. You're so different from what you used to be.
Stop being clever. If you didn't say you'd marry me, you implied as much.
Please, Chris, you're making it so difficult for me.
I'm making it difficult for you. And I suppose what I've been through doesn't count. I risked my life to get you.
Risked your life? Chris, what are you saying?
Are you such a fool as to believe that Blanche fell off that mountain?
Chris, you didn't.
Yes. And I did it because you said you'd marry me if I were free.
Oh, no, I meant a divorce.
But she wouldn't give me a divorce. It was the only way I could gain my freedom. And now you tell me there's someone else.
Oh, Chris.
I did it for you. And you're going to marry me.
No, I won't.
If I can't have you, no one else will.
Chris, what's the matter with you? Chris!
We were meant for each other, darling. In life and in death.
Chris, if you come any closer, I'll scream for help. No, don't. Chris, no!
You won't marry me. You'll never marry anyone else. There. He'll never have you.
Open up there.
Is Leonard, are you all right? Call the police.
Oh, I didn't want to do it, darling. But you forced me to. Oh, my head. It throbs so. Everything's like a nightmare.
Open up in there. This is the police.
The police? I've got to get away. Oh, they're closing in on me. There's no escape from this room.
Let's work our way down from this end of the room to the other.
They'll never take me alive. Never. I've got 5 bullets. 4 for them and the last for myself.
Hey, listen up, Joe. Maybe had me had one of those chimneys.
Oh, my head. It keeps throbbing so. If I could only think. Oh, this can't be real. It's like a horrible dream. And yet they're coming for me.
Hey, there's someone behind that chimney over there. Get under cover.
They'll never take me alive, never. I'll show them.
Keep down, Mike.
Why don't you come and get me? If I shoot it out with me, huh? I'll show you.
Come on, Mike. His gun is empty.
Oh, empty. You'll never take me alive. Never!
He's climbing up on the ledge. It's 15 stories down.
I'm coming, Judy. I'm coming.
He's going to jump.
I'm falling. Falling! You'll never take me. Never. I'm falling. Falling.
Doctor, the patient's recovering consciousness.
Yes, you're right. He's opening his eyes.
Oh, my head. It throbs so. Where am I? Oh, it was a dream. Not real. Oh, thank heaven.
Now, you must be quiet. You've been in a serious accident.
Accident?
Yes. You were hit by an automobile New Year's morning. Would you mind telling me your name? There weren't any identification papers in your clothing, and we'd like to inform your relatives of what's happened.
My name? It's... I can't remember my name.
I see. Well, what about your address? Can you remember that?
No. No, I can't remember anything.
Now, you mustn't get excited. It'll all come back to you. You received a fractured skull from the accident.
There was a mountain.
Mountain? You mean you live near one?
I don't know. There was a mountain, and the police were chasing me. And I jumped off a high building. It's all mixed up.
You probably dreamed that while you were unconscious. But you're all right now. Just need rest and quiet.
Where am I?
You're in the Park Hospital, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? What day is it?
It's January 5th, 1947. It's 7:26 in the evening.
And you don't know my name?
No, all we have is your belt buckle with the initials CA.
CA?
Nurse, will you look after the patient now? I'll be in to see him later tonight.
Yes, doctor. Are you comfortable?
The initials CA. What do you suppose they stand for?
Perhaps the C is for Charles?
Charles? Charles. I don't know.
Well, suppose I call you Charles, just for the time being. I always liked the name Charles.
All right. What's your name?
I'm Miss Thompson, but you can call me Blanche. And Charles, let me be the first to wish you a happy 1947.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip? Oh, by the way, I want to wish you all a very happy New Year. And I do hope you'll be careful about making new acquaintances. And perhaps you'd better keep an eye on the old ones, too. For after all, who can foretell the future? Not even Chris Andrews, or should I say Charles Arnold, knows what's in store for him. But we do, don't we? And speaking of the future, Oh, you're getting off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Topland, Stuart Brody, Louise Fitch, Hester Sondergaard, and Mort Lawrence. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week over most of these stations to a tale titled
No Grave Can Hold Me.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has been presented from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
we now present George Edward in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Margaret, my dear, dinner has been waiting almost 10 minutes now. Do you intend to wait any longer for those two young men?
No, Father, I don't think I will. Oh, here's Hugh now. I wonder where Henry is.
Perhaps Hugh will be able to tell us.
Margaret, 1,000 apologies. Henry and I went off to spend the day out in the country and didn't get back until late.
Where is Henry? Isn't he coming?
There was a call waiting for him when he got in. Something rather urgent, I think. He said to tell you that he'd be along as soon as he could.
I didn't know Henry was bothering much about a private practice.
Oh, this is one of his patients in the East End. You knew he went down there twice a week to give free advice and medical attention, didn't you?
No, I had no idea.
Neither had I. How long has he been doing this, Hugh?
Oh, for quite a while, I understand. He was telling me this afternoon that he intends equipping a proper clinic with some of his mother's money and possibly opening a convalescent home somewhere out in the country where poor people can go.
Why, Daddy, isn't that splendid? Oh, now I can understand what's kept him tied up in London all the summer. And me thinking it was something else.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that he's putting the money to such good use. And now, Margaret, my dear, our guests must be famished. I've asked John Fairley to take you in to dinner. Are you ready?
Oh, but I'd much rather go in with Hugh. I want to hear what he's been doing on the continent and a whole lot more about Henry's clinic.
Oh, I'm afraid that will have to wait, my dear. Here's John now, and you can't disappoint him.
Then don't you go sitting half the evening over your port, Hugh.
Not even Mr. Utterson's excellent wine shall keep me away from you. Oh, hello, fella. Oh, hello. When did you get back? 2 days ago. See you later, Margaret. Hugh, will you take Miss Dawson in? Yes, certainly, Mr.
So I draw the prize after all.
What do you mean, John?
When I saw our good friend Hugh Lanyon arrive, I thought that you'd be going into dinner on someone else's arm.
Which proves all over again that one should never despair.
What do you mean by that, Margaret?
I mean that Henry isn't here, and see, I take your arm.
And why isn't he here? What can there possibly be to explain his neglect of you all these weeks? His failure to come tonight?
Fortunately, I can now tell you. Henry's gone to attend to one of his patients in the East End of London.
The East End? I didn't know he had a practice there.
Neither did I, but he has, and he's there now. Because he feels that to help one of those poor people down there is better than to be here eating and drinking with us. And I agree with him. And now, if you'd kindly move my chair.
I'm sorry. Really, I apologize.
Henry, where are you taking me?
Wait till I unlock this door.
Oh, but this is the same place you brought me to before.
Yes, and the place you ran away from, you little goose.
You didn't come back.
Well, I couldn't. When I went over to the house that night to get you some clothes and food, I found my father there. How could I explain to him about you? I had to pretend to go to bed. When I came over here an hour or so later, there was no sign of you.
Oh, Henry, if I'd only known.
And then you ran out of the place and tried to throw yourself into the river from the Battersea Bridge.
What else was there for me to do? I had no one, no friends, no money, no nothing.
Poor little Hetty. Well, sit down there and I'll get you something to drink. Here. Now take this.
Thanks.
You had me, you know. I tried to find you the next day. I went to the place where you were, but they wouldn't let me see you.
You come to the prison infirmary?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if I'd only known. It would have meant so much to me. Why didn't you leave a message? Just a word.
I did. I told the ward to tell you that I'd been. I left some money and a note.
I never got them, never. And all this time I've been so bitter. It's made me worse than I'd have been otherwise.
How?
I was one of the bad ones in that place I got away from today. The matron told me I had a criminal mind. They shut me up by myself. They weren't going to let me out. I was to stay there for another 3 months for bad behaviour.
So you ran away?
Yes. One of the warders, he helped me.
So they're not all inhuman, then?
You don't think he did it out of kindness, do you? I paid him for everything he did, the beast.
Hetty.
I meant what I said this afternoon, that I'd die before I went back there.
You poor little thing.
Have you got any more of that brandy?
Well, what about something to eat? There's food in the cupboard over there.
Food? Real food?
I haven't tasted any for nearly a year.
Well, here it is.
Chicken, white bread, and butter. I can't believe it's true.
Well, it is. The whole nightmare of the past is over, too. I'm going to see that things are better for you from now on, Hetty.
I couldn't be much worse, that's one comfort.
Well, tell me what happened to you after you came out of the hospital.
Oh, you mean after I tried to drive myself into the river? They sent me to prison for 3 months. It's against the law to attempt to take human life, they told me. Even your own.
And then?
I made some friends in there. They were in for other things, stealing mostly. I went to live with them when I came out. Well, I was a beginner at the game, and I got caught pretty soon.
For stealing?
Uh-huh. Got a year for it. I should have been coming out now, but they decided to keep me there for insubordination and insolence. That's about the lot. I ran away this afternoon, and here I am. If I get caught, I guess I'm there for years. They don't encourage prisoners to run away.
They won't catch you.
What you going to do with me?
I'm going to keep you here for tonight. No one will find you. It's my laboratory. No one ever comes here but myself. But no running away, mind.
Is it likely? Without the cops in London on the watch out for me?
Good. Then I'll leave you now. There's a bed over there and plenty of food. I'll see you first thing in the morning. Will that do?
Yes, that'll do. It'll have to do. I guess I've got to take anything from you now.
You won't have to take anything from me.
Couldn't be any worse than what I've been taken in the past. No matter what it is, prison and the warders, solitary confinement weren't any worse than knowing that you'd tricked me, let me down.
Oh, Hetty, please don't.
But you did, didn't you? You got me off to London knowing darn well that you'd never come and see me like you promised, didn't you? All right. You don't have to say anything. I know.
Will you let me try and make it up to you?
Huh? How? By flipping me a fiver and telling me to run home and forget all about it?
Oh, no. I won't let you down this time. I swear I won't.
But you won't want to be saddled with me now, any more than you did years ago. Oh, don't worry. I understand these things now. I'm not green anymore. Perhaps you like me better that way.
I liked you before.
But not as much as you did your good name. It wouldn't have done for Henry Jekyll to be mixed up with a common little nobody like me. And it wouldn't do now. So don't think you fool me, Henry.
But I'm not trying to fool you. I acted like a cad, and I admit it. Now I'm willing to try and help you. If you don't think I'll do it, well, you can walk out that door.
Oh, no. It's nice and comfortable here. And I've had precious little comfort for a long time. I think I'll stay. Yeah, that's right. I'll stay. Maybe you'll get sick of me like you did before. But you won't get rid of me so easily this time. Not be a long shot. If you only knew how much I've learned since that night you kissed me goodbye in the old mill.
I don't blame you for being bitter, Hetty.
Thanks. Well, you can run along if you want to. I suppose you've got some pressing engagement somewhere. Give the lady my kind regards, and I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. So long.
Henry, you've come at last. I was beginning to despair of you.
I'm most awfully sorry, Margaret, but it was impossible to get away before.
You don't have to apologize. I understand perfectly. You gave me your message. I think it's just wonderful of you, Henry.
What is?
That work you're doing in the East End, the clinic. Why didn't you tell me about it before?
But, who told you now?
Why, Hugh, of course. Well, do come into the other room with me and tell me all about it. I do think you're mean, you know. I've been wondering and wondering what you do with yourself, and all the time you've been helping these poor people. Won't you let me help?
Why, I don't know what to say, Margaret.
Well, surely there's something I can do there. I could take temperatures and bandage legs or arms.
Can I see you for a moment, old chap? Yes, of course. Will you excuse me, Margaret?
On condition you come back immediately and tell me everything.
I'll do my best. I won't be a moment. Well, Hugh, what's the matter? Look here, I didn't know what to say to account for you not being here.
So I said you had a call to go down to one of your patients in the East End. Now, that's all right, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose it is. But I told you about my work there in strictest confidence, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. But dash it all, something pretty drastic had to be done. Margaret was looking daggers, just about ready to throw herself into John Fairley's arms. The clinic saved the day, old boy.
I wonder.
Oh, of course it did. Anyhow, why should you be so secret about it? It's something anyone could be proud of. Not many fellows with your money and opportunity cares a hang for the poor wretches down there. You know, I think it's juiced decent of you.
Thanks. It's nice to feel that someone thinks well of me.
Oh, I'm not the only one. Just look over there. Look at the way Margaret's watching you. Go on. Follow up your advantage. Her father's been hoping that you've been up to all sorts of crimes while she's been away. And all the time you've been above reproach.
Hugh, shut up. You're an idiot.
Come on, Hugh. You've had him all the afternoon. I've not seen him for ages.
He's all yours, Margaret. And see you make the most of him.
I wish he'd make the most of me. You will let me come down to the clinic with you one day, won't you, Henry?
Yes, of course you can.
When?
Will tomorrow afternoon do? I'll be busy in the morning on something else.
Oh, yes, of course it will. I'll put off everything else for it. Why didn't you tell me about it before?
Well, I wanted to be sure of it. Sure of myself. It's just an experiment so far.
I know it'll succeed. I'm so happy, Henry. Tell me, are you just a little pleased to see me again?
Pleased? My dear, if you only knew.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. The solution of the St. George Club murder is known to possibly not more than 3 men. 1, the chief at New Scotland Yard at the time of the crime. 2, the murderer. 3, the detective inspector who investigated the murder. Down pell-mell, festooned in evergreen, the snow-covered canopy of the St. George Club gleams in the crisp night air. Old Walter, the doorman, the whiteness of his hair rivaling the softly falling snow, greets the club members with the same formula he's been using for over 60 years.
Good evening, Sir William. Pleasant evening to you, Sir William.
Oh, good evening, Walter. Cheerio there, Tubby. How are you? I'm splendid, Fatty, splendid. Haven't felt better in years.
I say, tell me, Sir William, have you any idea how many times you and the Earl of Burke have greeted one another in the same manner?
You counted up every day in the year since the end of the Boer War.
Almost 28 years, by Jove. Quite a tradition.
Talking about tradition, I have something serious to lay before the members, the older members. Oh, now, really, nothing serious? Most certainly, yes. Come into the committee room. I wish to talk to all. Well, if you insist, yes.
Yes, of course, but don't take too long, old chap. I have to be over the shop, you know.
And now then, Burke, what's in the wind? I want to discuss this affair between Baxter and Hardcastle. Oh, frightfully embarrassing, what?
Deuced bad taste, the way they are behaving, all right.
Not only bad taste, but bad blood. Quarreling the way they do. I tell you, I don't like it. And if I have to, much as I hate to do it, I shall exercise club authority over them.
I feel, of course, that it's none of my business. But I do think that Baxter showed frightfully bad taste, cutting in on Hardcastle when he's been going with the lady in question for over a year.
I noticed as we came through just now that they were playing cards again.
And for high stakes, too. 100 guineas a game.
Hardcastle can't afford to lose, and he always does.
Yes, we can hardly take disciplinary measures against them on that score.
But we can call Baxter in on the carpet and tell him what we think. And I can tell you word for word what he'll say, and it isn't polite. I know. I had that young squirt as second lieutenant in my mob. I know. Well, I think I can solve it for tonight anyway. George over at the Shaftesbury has invited us all to occupy the first 4 rows of the parterre to see Mary Garden and Melisande. Oh, splendid, splendid. So let's go through to the card room and see if we can't break up this place for tonight.
I bid 2 hearts.
3 clubs.
3 hearts.
4 clubs.
4 hearts.
5 clubs.
I'll take you out on that.
Clubs are trump, and there's the ace.
My deuce.
The king.
My 4.
The queen.
The 6.
The jack.
The 5.
Now the ace of spades.
Which is mine with the 3 of trump.
With the what?
The 3 of trump.
Then there are 2 3s of clubs, you rotten cheat.
Gentlemen.
You keep out of this, you old fool.
Mr. Baxter, restrain yourself, or I shall be compelled to call upon the house manager and his assistants to restrain you.
No man can call me a cheat and get away with it.
I still say that you cheated.
And I say so also. I saw you pawn that extra trump, Baxter.
What is this, a plan to frame up?
How dare you, sir? Mr. Hevington, will you see that Baxter gets his hat and coat? I shall expect your resignation in the morning, Baxter.
You go to...
Don't you say it, Baxter. Don't say it. I may be an old fool, but I can still thrash a cheat. Now get out.
Baxter walks through the club lobby, gets his hat, stick, and coat from the check room, and stalks out into the street. Without glancing behind him, he turns down St. Martin's and stops to unlock the private iron gate into St. George's Park. A vicious twist of the key, and he locks the iron gate behind him. His footsteps ring out on the crisp gravel as he turns toward his apartment on the far side of the park. He stops. What was that? Footsteps behind him? Some club member coming to call him back?
Stick up your hands. Up. That's it. Now turn around when I go through your pockets.
Listen here, what's this?
Not a word or I'll plug you. Oh, so you carry a gun, do you? Here it is. The money you won by cheating.
Listen, you fool, I know who you are. I recognize you.
We'll be back with more of the St. George Club mystery right after this. And now, back to the St. George Club mystery on When Radio Was.
In a few minutes, the police find Baxter's body and carry it to the club. Suspicion immediately falls upon Hardcastle when the Dow Scots Detective Inspector Alec Drummond hears of the quarrel over cards.
Mr. Hardcastle, I have to warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and used as evidence against you. Do you object to being searched?
Not in the slightest.
Then empty your pockets.
Keys, motor car driving license, watch, wallet with £64 in it, loose change, and, my dear Inspector, no gun.
We found the gun.
May I interrupt, Inspector?
Certainly, Sir William.
It's rather ridiculous, don't you know, to be accusing Hardcastle here. He hasn't been out of the club all evening.
Hardcastle was standing there in front of the gentleman's restroom.
There are only 2 entrances to the club, one in front and the other behind through the kitchen. Call Walter, the doorman, and Andre, the chef.
Let me see your hands, Hardcastle.
Delighted, Inspector. You'll find no powder smudges. You see, I've washed my hands.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, Walter. The inspector would like to ask you a few questions.
You heard the shots?
Certainly.
Did anyone leave the club immediately before that? No one left the club since Mr. Baxter left, sir.
Aye, that is all.
And this is Henri, the chef. Will you answer the inspector's questions, Henri?
Could anyone pass through the kitchen without you seeing them?
Oh, mais no, impossible. C'est impossible.
And no one has this evening?
No. Not one single person is here, Inspector.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hardcastle, for having inconvenienced you.
Don't mention it, Inspector. We all have our duty to do at times.
New Scotland Yard was on its mettle. The London papers blazed forth the story of the killing, and editorials were scathing in their denunciations, but still the murderer remained undiscovered. The scene is New Scotland Yard 1 week later. The chief is seated behind his desk talking to the detective inspector, Drummond.
Nothing new on the Baxter affair, Inspector?
Not a thing, Sir B. I've followed up every slightest thing, but there isn't even a clue. Baxter was killed with his own gun.
Fingerprints, Drummond?
Plenty. Almost every member of the club had handled that gun at some time or another. Baxter was quite fond of showing it off.
You followed Hardcastle?
Every minute of the day.
No trace of the money that was stolen from Baxter?
Not a sign, Sir B. The thing that gets me is that no one could get in and out of St. George's Park without a key to that gate. So it must have been someone who had a key. Either a proper key or a skeleton key.
And the doorman didn't see anyone?
Not a soul.
People walking along St. Martin's?
Plenty. Including a taxicab driver, and he swears no one came out of the park.
Any ideas of your own, Inspector?
Yes, Sir B, I have. But you can't question the integrity of men like Sir William and the Earl of Burke. You can't hang a man with an ironclad alibi.
You're quite right, Inspector. You can't hang a man with an ironclad alibi.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the St. George Club mystery. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is New Scotland Yard, and the chief, sitting behind his desk, looks in amazement at the inspector who has just laid a report before him.
You're absolutely certain about this, Inspector?
Yes, sir. No, sir. We know that no one left the park, not by the gate, because the taxi driver was there all the time.
Yes, we went into that rather thoroughly. In fact, we're pretty well satisfied that we know who committed the murder. But how and what happened to the money?
The answers are in that report there, Chief. I've had men watching that park every day since the murder. And today he saw Hardcastle walk down the path.
Yes.
Hardcastle stopped by one of the iron benches, put his foot on the bench to tie his shoelace. The bench rocked. Hardcastle bent down and rearranged the wooden block that keeps the iron leg of the bench from sinking into the soft dirt.
By Jove, you hit it.
Yes, sir. That solves the mystery.
Yes. That's where he hid the money after he killed Baxter.
I can see that scene now. That night. Baxter walking out of the club. The members dividing themselves into little groups, discussing the scandal. Hardcastle going to the restrooms, looking behind him as he softly closes the door.
Now the coast's clear. I'll open the window, slip out into the square. I'll creep up behind Baxter as he walks home. I'll stick my pipe stem in his back. They think he's being held up. Then I'll take his gun, take that money won by cheating. I'll hide the money under one of the wood blocks, kill Baxter, and be back in the restroom in less than 1 moment. There isn't one member of the club that will think I've ever left the club rooms. Now, stick up your hands.
Listen here.
Not a word or I'll plug you. Oh, so you carry a gun, do you? And here it is. The money you won by cheating.
Listen, you fool. I know who you are. I recognize you.
That being successful, now I must hide the money. Then, after I hide the money, back into the club rooms through the bathroom window.
And as the inspector said, you can't hang a man with an ironclad alibi. And so to the rest of the world, Scotland Yard has an unsolved mystery in the St. George Club murder.
That
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Loretta Young in Lady Killer, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say, Wilcox, did I ever tell you about the time I plugged a buffalo?
No, Remingchester shotgun, but have I told you about the sensational wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs?
You mean there's something special about Autolite resistor spark plugs?
Why, wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs are the newest addition to the complete line of regular, transport, aviation, marine, resistor, and model spark plugs. Ignition engineered by Autolite.
You're sure plugging tonight, Wilcox.
Built right into every wide gap Autolite resistor spark plug is an exclusive 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor that makes practical a wider initial gap setting with advantages that have long been recognized by automotive engineers. For example, you get smoother performance on leaner gas mixtures, greater gas savings, quicker starts in cold temperatures, even double life as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow and replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Lady Killer and the performance of Loretta Young, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Flight 175 to Morningside and Capital City, now loading at Gate 3. Will passengers please board the plane?
Is this the right plane for Capital City, stewardess?
Yes, sir. Name, please.
Benton, Grant Benton.
Take any seat, Mr. Benton.
I have a horror of getting in the wrong plane someday and winding up in Tibet. Things like that happen to me.
Well, it's not very likely this time. Your name is on the passenger list.
So it is. That won't keep me from worrying, though.
Name, please.
Nordlinger. Miss Nordlinger.
You can leave your coat with me if you like, Miss Nordlinger.
I guess that would be better. Here you are.
Take any seat, Miss Nordlinger.
Thank you, stewardess.
It's the best way to travel, isn't it?
You can't date a stewardess. Company rule.
I beg your pardon. Is this seat taken?
As a matter of fact, Miss Nordlinger, I was saving it for you.
You know me?
We've never met, but we travel in the same circle. Don't I look at all familiar?
No. But how do you do?
Sit down, fasten your safety belt, have a pillow. Stick of gum? Fetch a blanket?
Well, I'll settle for the gum.
Here you are.
Thank you.
If you chew gum when you're up in the air, it relieves pressure on the ears.
Oh.
Why it relieves pressure in the ears, I haven't the vaguest notion.
Do you always babble on like this?
Pretty near always, though sometimes...
Miss Nordlinger.
Oh, yes? Yes, stewardess.
This telegram just arrived for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll be taking off in a few minutes, so if you want to send an answer...
Oh, no. I'm sure an answer won't be necessary, stewardess.
I'll tell the boy not to wait.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open the telegram, Miss Nordlinger? I promise not to peek, or at most only a little bit.
I can't open it. You see, I'm not Miss Nordlinger.
I'm sort of on the dull-witted side.
Well, the flight was booked solid, but I came out to the airport hoping there'd be a cancellation. And just before the passengers started to get on board, a woman came up to me and offered to sell me a ticket.
How'd she know you wanted one?
Well, she overheard me talking to the clerk at the reservation desk.
So?
Well, it would have taken extra time to have the ticket validated in my own name, so I decided to use hers. This telegram complicates things.
What's your real name, deceitful woman?
Lincoln. Peg Lincoln. Miss Peg Lincoln. And I didn't deceive you. I deceived the stewardess. You just happened to have your ears flapping when I told her my name was Nordlinger.
Now then, Miss Lincoln, would you mind telling me why you let me go on with all that bilge about traveling in the same circles?
Well, you were trying to pick me up, and I thought I'd better help out a little.
That's what I liked about the modern woman. So shy and retiring, is like Mata Hari.
Well, after all, it's a 2-hour trip to Capital City. Dear, I wish I knew what to do about this telegram.
Didn't the Nordlinger woman give you an address?
No, she didn't. I gave her mine, but she was in such a hurry to get away.
Too late to do anything anyway. We're taking off.
Oh, that's funny. I feel dizzy all at once.
Nonsense. We're still on the ground.
Oh.
Just your imagination. Miss Lincoln.
Oh, it's so stuffy in here. I'm awfully sick.
Stewardess, don't let the plane take off. There's someone sick here.
It feels like poison. Sick. Oh, brother, was I sick. When I came to in the hospital after a nightmare in which stomach pumps seemed to be reoccurring, I was told that I could thank my handsome seatmate for the fact that I was still alive. He stopped the flight, carried me off the plane, and raced me into the hospital. Furthermore, he had engaged a private nurse and had telephoned every hour until assured that the danger was over. I bounced back fast. Next morning found me weak as a kitten, but sufficiently recovered to leave the hospital. The bubbling Mr. Benton was waiting to drive me home.
So we bid a reluctant farewell to Rosemont Hospital, to its unsmiling nurses with their picturesque thermometers, to the pungent, unforgettable aroma of chloroform that lingers in its halls. Miss Lincoln. Miss Lincoln.
Oh, yes?
Are you sure you didn't die?
I'm sorry. My mind was on something else.
Miss Lincoln. Or may I call you Peg?
Let's keep it at Miss Lincoln for a while, Mr. Benton.
I wish we read the same books.
Meaning?
The books I read, a fellow saves the girl's life, she falls all over him.
Yes?
The ones you read, it's let's keep it at Miss Lincoln for a while.
Maybe I should explain. I am an insurance investigator. And insurance investigators get to be pretty good at spotting phonies. I think you're a phony.
Well, aren't you sweet?
Not very.
You know what I'd do if you were drowning right now? I'd throw rocks at you.
I don't doubt it.
A cryptic remark. I love cryptic remarks.
Did Dr. Shiflin happen to mention what I nearly died of?
He said it had some of the symptoms of food poisoning.
Suppose I told you I never eat for 12 hours before traveling.
I'd say you must have had something. Contaminated water, maybe.
Or maybe a stick of poisoned chewing gum to relieve the pressure on my ears, eh?
If you're getting at what I think you're getting
I
at...
am.
Do you know I canceled an important business trip just to make sure you were okay? Why, you'd be at the embalmers right now if I hadn't run...
Sure I would. You did some expert diagnosing, all right. A little too expert for a man who hadn't had any medical training.
Don't look now, but you're losing your mind. Now, look, why would I want to poison a girl I'd never seen before, never had anything to do with?
That's what Dr. Shiflin asked.
You mean you ran off at the mouth to him?
I pointed out that the poison may have been meant for the woman whose ticket I bought. It's too late to make any poison test. But to be on the safe side, Dr. Shiflin decided to check on you. He called Chief of Police Longman.
Oh, that must have been good. Ray Longman and I used to trade tricycles.
Oh, the chief rates you high, all right. Above suspicion was the phrase he used.
But you're still not sold.
I was for a while, but just after I got into your car, I found this unopened telegram in my pocket.
Isn't that the one that was delivered to you aboard the plane? The one addressed to that Nordlinger woman?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, it wasn't in my pocket when I left the hospital 10 minutes ago.
You just didn't notice, that's all.
Want to look at a copy of the hospital receipt I signed for the personal articles returned to me? You'll find everything else on it. No telegram, though.
An oversight.
Oh, hospitals don't make oversight.
Would you mind running through the whole plot for me? I'm a little hazy as to my motives.
All right. You poisoned me thinking I was a Nordlinger woman. Fortunately for me, you discovered the mistake in time to correct it.
Well, for a murderer, I certainly am careless.
However, you wanted to look at the telegram, so you stole it. Probably as you carried me out of the plane. You read it, and then you resealed the envelope, and then met me at the hospital, hoping to slip it back into my pocket before I missed it.
You've got the telegram right there. Open it up. Maybe we can put an end to this fairy tale.
Thank you, no. I'd rather wait till I find the Nordlinger woman. She's still alive.
Well, then I'll open it for you.
Here, give that back to me, please.
Have a nice trip, love. It's signed Aunt Ellen. Well, that's in my gang's secret code. That means boatload of stolen jewels ready to sail at dawn for what cheer, Iowa.
Thoughtful of you to rip the envelope so I couldn't check the resealing.
How can you be suspicious of somebody so charming?
Oh, the chief of police knows what's on my mind. If anything happens to me, it'll take more than that charm of yours to keep the badge boys off your neck.
But I do have charm. That we're agreed on.
Oh, yes. But you're wasting it on me. Next one is my apartment building. Oh, look out! Look out for that girl crossing the street! Look out!
See if you can swallow this water, please.
Oh. What happened?
Oh, it's me, Jack, the elevator operator. Oh, gee, you had me scared.
Oh, Jack, how did I
carried you into the apartment lobby.
Oh?
I guess you're still weak from the hospital because you fainted after the accident.
Oh. Where's Mr. Benton? The man who was driving the car. Where is
Police headquarters. They want you to report in, too, whenever you're feeling better.
And the girl was killed?
Yeah. Gee, it was awful.
Oh, dead?
Yes, Miss Lincoln. It was so awful. Friend of yours, too, huh?
No, I'd never...
Gee, she was just leaving here when the car hit her. She was asking for you.
Who was she?
Well, I wrote her name down. It's in my pocket somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Patricia Smythe. I don't know any Patricia Smythe.
Well, she said it was important to get in touch with you.
Oh. Jack, did it strike you that Mr. Benton, the driver, could have avoided that accident by yanking the wheel the other way, perhaps?
Well, I was reading the financial page when it happened. I didn't see nothing.
Oh.
But anything you want me to swear to, though, Miss Lincoln?
No, never mind, Jack. Call me a cab, will you?
Oh, Miss Lincoln, you're sick. You ought to be in bed.
Now, look here. Something tells me I'll stay a lot healthier if I get to the telegraph office right away.
I'm sorry. Now, what was that message again, miss?
It was addressed to Kate Nordlinger at the municipal airport.
And the message?
Have a nice trip. Love, Aunt Ellen.
Uh-huh. No, not sent from this office. Might I see the telegram?
Certainly. Here it is.
Why, this thing is fake, miss.
Are you sure?
It's a regulation form, all right, and the message is pasted on in strips, but, well, look how different the type is from one of ours.
Yes, I see. Well, was any telegram sent to Kate Nordlinger at the airport?
You're Miss Nordlinger?
Yes, I am.
Well, I can look it up in a minute.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Just a minute here. I think I can find it right away. Oh, yes. Here's one. Let's see. It reads, on your return, we'll contact you at Hotel Ludwig. It's signed Patricia Smythe.
Patricia Smythe?
S-M-Y-T-H-E.
What was the name of that hotel?
The Ludwig, Hotel Ludwig. Right there, right across the street.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you very much. You've been very helpful.
You're quite welcome.
Good afternoon, Hotel Ludwig. Just a moment. I'll connect you.
May I help you, miss?
Yes, if you would. Ring Miss Kate Nordlinger's room and tell her that Miss Lincoln would like to see her for a moment. It's important.
Whose room did you say?
Miss Nordlinger's.
Well, I'm sorry, but we have no Miss Nordlinger registered at the Ludwig.
Well, I was sure she was staying here.
A friend of yours, miss?
Why do you ask that?
Well, it seemed a natural sort of question.
Well, not to me, it didn't. Why do you want to know she's a friend of mine?
No reason. No reason at all. I'm just making conversation.
Well, make a little more conversation, will you? Did you ever have a Kate Nordlinger registered here?
Well, yes, but she's not with us any longer.
When did she leave?
Last night.
Oh, why didn't you tell me that before?
I didn't think it important.
Yes, you did, or you'd have mentioned it. Where'd she go?
I don't know. I really...
Why are you so scared?
I'm not scared. It's the manager's orders. We're not supposed to talk to reporters.
Oh, now what makes you think I'm a reporter?
Well, who else would ask questions the way you do?
an insurance investigator.
Oh.
Here are my credentials. Now, what's this all about?
Well, you'll have to promise to keep it confidential,
Of course.
miss. Thanks to the cooperation of the police, there's been nothing about it in the papers, and we'd like to keep it that way. Such things are bad publicity for the hotel.
What do you mean, such things?
Well, suicides.
Oh.
Last night, Kate Nordlinger threw herself out the window on the 14th floor.
Autolite is bringing you Loretta Young in Lady Killer, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
About that buffalo, Wilcox, I bagged him with a set of wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Remingchester, that's a spark plug story, all right. But motorists everywhere can tell you stories about the money-saving advantages of wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. The newest addition to the complete line of spark plugs, ignition engineered by Autolite.
You should have seen the difference, Wilcox.
Difference? Why, there's an exclusive 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug that permits a wider initial gap setting, with advantages like smoother performance, greater gas savings, quicker starts in cold weather, even double life as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor.
I always say...
So, friends, ask your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer to replace worn-out spark plugs with a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Loretta Young, as Peg Lincoln, with Larry Dobkin as Grant Benton in Lady Killer, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Come in.
Hello, Miss Lincoln. Taking over Kate Nordlinger's room as well as her name? How about a stick of chewing gum?
No, thanks, Mr. Benton. I thought you were at police headquarters.
The police didn't keep me long. Oh. It was obviously an accident, so...
Obviously?
Look here, Miss Lincoln. My car hit a girl and killed her. It was her own fault, but that doesn't make me feel any better about it. I could do without the cracks.
Oh. What are you doing here?
I just happened to be leaving my room as you walked into this one.
Well, that was convenient.
I thought I recognized you, and so...
You live at this hotel?
Certainly, when I'm in town.
I see.
Or did you think I just dropped by to push Kate Nordlinger out the window?
So you know about that?
The chief of police is a friend of mine, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Me living on the same floor as the woman who committed suicide, he thought maybe I could help with some background information.
But you couldn't, of course.
No, I couldn't.
Uh-huh.
Believe it or not, I never once laid eyes on the woman.
Oh.
And it wasn't until I saw you walk in here that I connected her name with the name on the telegram.
Well, I'd better be going now.
You think I'm lying, don't you?
No, not necessarily. Please don't come one step closer, Mr. Benton.
Miss Lincoln.
One step closer and I start screaming.
Take it easy. I'm not coming any closer.
I won't try to kid you. I'm scared of you. Really scared. I'm going out of that door now. And don't you move.
This is absurd.
So much as lift a finger and I'll yell my head off. I'm scared, I tell you. And I kept running until I was out of sight of the hotel. At police headquarters, I suppose I looked just like any other psychopath with a persecution complex. But I was stubborn about it. Finally, I got in to see the chief of police himself. Ray Longman, his name was. Surprisingly young for his job, middle 30s, I should say, good-looking, patient, and reasonable. But when I told him of my experiences with the charming Mr. Benton, he laughed out loud. Why, Grant Benton was his best friend. The whole thing was impossible. In the first place, there was no connection between the deaths of the two women. Patricia Smythe, the girl in the automobile accident, had been a clerk at the police department. The chief had known her well. Kate Nordlinger had held a private detective's license for 5 years prior to her suicide, as he kept calling it. So far as anyone knew, the two women had never even seen each other. It wasn't until then that I mentioned the fake telegram.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell you what I'll do, Miss Lincoln. I'll check with the telegraph company, and if anything develops, I'll get in touch with you later.
Get in touch with me later?
I know. You're taking all this very seriously.
Oh, what am I supposed to do? Sit around like a duck in a shooting gallery until you decide
You tell
to...
me you're an insurance investigator.
That's
you
right.
know court procedure. Would you, under oath, swear that Grant Benton deliberately drove into Patricia Smythe and killed her?
Well,
under oath.
Well, no, I couldn't, but... Well, I know he did it deliberately. But I couldn't swear to it, if that makes any sense.
It does. In order to swear to it, you'd have to know exactly what went on in his mind at that moment.
Well, that's all very well and good, but don't you see
I assure you
that...
there's nothing to link Grant Benton with the Nordlinger woman's suicide. And that brings us to the so-called attempts on your life. Would you care to press charges?
Well, I can't prove anything.
So where does that leave us?
It leaves you thinking that your best friend is the victim of a few embarrassing coincidences. And it leaves me thinking that...
That the chief of police is just a big, dumb flatfoot being taken in by a pal?
Which is exactly what I did think. And I felt pretty sick when I left his office. I went back to my apartment and locked the door and moved a dresser behind it, but well, even that didn't give me any feeling of security. I couldn't find anything else to do but pace the living room floor, so I paced and I paced and I paced. And finally, late in the afternoon... Hello?
Miss Lincoln?
Yes?
This is the chief of police, Ray Longman.
Oh, yes.
I checked with the telegraph company. Your
Yes?
story's on the level.
I already knew that.
Yes. Well, there are a couple of other developments I'd like to tell you about. Could you come out to my home tonight after dinner?
Why, yes, I guess so.
Grant Benton will be there.
Oh. Well, now look here.
Please. It's important.
I wrote down the street directions, and there were a lot of them because the chief's home was in the secluded hill section on the outskirts of town. When I arrived there, my insides were doing push-ups. But I was calm enough on the inside, I hoped.
Ah, Miss Lincoln.
Oh, good evening, Chief.
I was half expecting you to be late. Most people have trouble finding my house.
Well, I started early.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Take the easy chair.
Oh, thank you.
Grant should be arriving any moment. I want you to understand that, well, I'm not out to trick him into a confession or anything. It's, well, I'm hoping that the three of us can talk things out. The situation's become uncomfortable all around.
Well, with Benton being your best friend, I can see where this is rather awkward for you, but...
Awkward? You know what happened this afternoon?
No, what?
Grant walked in on me just as I was testing this typewriter to see if the print checked with the print on the fake telegram.
Oh?
I felt like Benedict Arnold.
I'm sorry. Did the print check?
No. Now I know what they mean by one-track mind.
There are other typewriters.
Oh, that must be Grant now. Now, you can take my word for it, Miss Lincoln. There's no need to be frightened.
All right.
Good girl. Come in, Grant.
Thank you, Ray. Well, what a handsome couple you two make. Our forthright young chief of police and the lovely lady who was only recently voted Miss Unbridled Imagination of 1950.
All right, that's enough, Grant. Sit over there and behave yourself.
Oh, now then, Miss Lincoln, to business. What can I do for you?
Chief Longland thinks you can convince me you're innocent. I have reservations.
On what plane? Where would you like me to begin?
Let's start with a fake telegram. Explain that away.
You're starting with a butte? The one thing I can't explain. I haven't the faintest idea why it was done or who did it.
But you didn't.
No. Won't you even try to believe me?
Yes, I'll try. I'll even concede it was an accident. when your car killed Patricia Smythe.
Are you willing to believe that that blonde Miss, whatever her name was, committed suicide?
Kate Nordlinger?
Mm-hmm.
How did you know she was a blonde?
I read it in the paper with my big blue eyes.
The whole thing was kept out of the newspapers, and you told me that you'd never laid eyes on her.
Well, pardon me for interrupting, Miss Lincoln, but I questioned Grant right after the suicide. At the time, I probably mentioned that the Nordlinger woman was blonde.
You did, Chief. I distinctly remember.
Don't let him talk you into it, Chief. For heaven's sake, open your eyes. He's it. The explanation fits.
What explanation?
Well, can't you see? Patricia Smythe worked as a clerk in your office and happened on some information that incriminated our friend here. There was no sense her telling you about it. You were too fond of Benton to believe it anyhow. So she went to Kate Nordlinger, a private detective, and they worked together on the case. Benton found out what was going on. When he learned that Miss Nordlinger was taking a plane to Capital City in order to talk to the state's attorney, he decided to act. He'd seen Patricia Smythe around police headquarters plenty of times. But the Nordlinger woman he only knew by name, which is how he came to give me the poison by mistake, don't you see?
I apologize, Grant. I thought Miss Lincoln understood this was to be a friendly meeting.
Girls will be girls.
But listen, Chief. That's all I ask. Just listen.
Very well. Go ahead.
Well, through the telegram, Benton learned that Kate Nordlinger was staying at the Hotel Ludwig. That night while I was at the hospital, he killed her. He pushed her out of our window. And later he recognized Patricia Smythe coming out of my apartment building. She'd come to warn me of what I was getting mixed up in. And he murdered her. He ran her down with his automobile.
Now, really, Miss Lincoln, your logic...
Never mind, Ray. She's right. I've made a couple of slips, and the entire Supreme Court couldn't shake her loose now. Very well, Miss Lincoln, if it makes you any happier, I killed both women. You have the dubious honor of having proved your point.
You'll still be trying for laughs when they strap you in, won't you?
They're not strapping me. If you care to glance at our forthright chief of police, you'll notice a rather large gun in his hand. You'll further notice that it's pointed not at me, but at you.
Sorry, Miss Lincoln. We did our best to talk you out of this. Now you've given me no choice.
Let me tell you what our forthright chief of police means. He means that he and I run the gambling activities of this town. And people who interfere are apt to get hurt. Very hurt. Dead, you might say.
I don't think the chief is going to shoot.
There are two schools of thought on that.
I think I should mention that the bushes outside are thick with men from the state's attorney's office.
What? Easy, Chief, easy.
When you telephoned to invite me here, Chief, you told me that you had checked with the telegraph company about that fake telegram, but later I talked to them again, and it turned out that you hadn't checked, which meant that you'd known about it all along. It was then that I decided to long-distance the state's attorney.
You'd better leave the comedy to me, Miss Lincoln. That's not even a good stall.
The men outside are under orders to demand entry at the slightest disturbance. Fire that gun, Chief, and they'll be here like a swarm of gnats.
And if I don't fire?
You'll take your chances in court. After all, it was Benton who actually killed those two women.
If you have any qualms about this, Chief, just hand the gun over to me.
Wait a minute, Grant. Stay right where you are for the moment, both of you.
What are you going to do with that ashtray?
Heave it through the window. There's your slight disturbance, Miss Lincoln.
They'll be here.
We'll wait.
That bluff went over like a lead balloon. Now, if you let me have the gun, Chief...
Don't give it to him, Chief, please! Don't give it to him!
Why, Miss Lincoln, right.
Quiet, Grant.
Make a joke, Mr. Benton. Make a joke.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Loretta Young, and featuring Larry Dobkin.
Remingchester, I've weighed your story about the buffalo.
Thank you, Wilcox, but I could have told you his weight, nearly 2 tons, to be exact.
You can never be sure of Remingchester, but you can always be sure of any Autolite product.
for Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Mr. James Mason.
This will be a broadcast you won't want to miss, for next Thursday, Mr. Mason will appear in The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe, one of the all-time masterpieces of suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Lady Killer is an original play for radio by William Bruckner. Congratulations to Loretta Young, who has again been nominated for an Academy Award. Miss Young may currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Key to the City. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Ronald Reagan, Alan Ladd, and Ginger Rogers. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring James Mason.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. James Mason in Banquos Chair, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Hello, Wilcox, you happy huckster. Welcome me home.
Why, Hap, you old...
What's the greatest spark plug engineering miracle in years, Hollow?
Well, the wide gap Autolite resistor spark plug, of course.
Why?
Because this newest addition to the complete line of regular, transport, aviation, resistor, marine, and model spark plugs, ignition engineered by Autolite, offers special money-saving advantages, like double life under equal conditions compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor.
Right, Wilcox.
Why, these sensational wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs give greater gas savings, smoother performance, faster starts in cold weather, and it's all due to the 10,000-ohm exclusive Autolite resistor, built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug, which makes practical a wider initial gap setting.
Now tell them, Hollow.
So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Banquos Chair and the performance of James Mason, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I will begin by reading to you a recent newspaper cutting about myself. It has a bearing upon the story I'm about to tell you. Please listen. The recent retirement of Sir William Brent from the English criminal investigation has given great joy to all the lawbreakers in our land. For more than 2 decades, Sir William has terrorized the underworld. The ex-head of the English criminal investigation has been the scourge of thieves and murderers. In but one single solitary instance has he been known to confess defeat or to express dissatisfaction with the outcome of his prosecution. This was the now famous Bedford murder case. That news item was written by Arthur Grange, a reporter who had been covering crime trials for years and whom I knew very well indeed. I had not, of course, given up the Bedford case. That, too, is now over. But that the case should be resolved as it was, no one on earth could have foreseen. I'd already made my arrangements with May Wakefield and, of course, with Bedford. Arthur Grange's call came on Wednesday.
I just received your wire.
I hope you're coming.
Well, I am scheduled to go up to Woodsbury on Friday and dine with my sister. How important is this dinner?
I don't think you will ever forget it as long as you live.
Isn't Turret House the place where Bedford murdered his aunt?
You have a good memory.
What's it all about?
Will you be here, Arthur?
You make it sound so mysterious.
It will be.
Can I bring my revolver?
Yes, I think you should, Arthur. Good night.
Sir William.
It rained all day Friday, and by evening a gusty November wind began to drive the rain hard against the exposed wall of Turret House. This mansion is a huge red brick, ugly product of Queen Victoria's time. It did not stand gracefully, but squatted at the back of a private road, almost hidden from view by several dripping pine trees. The neighborhood was in decline. Its best days were over. Perhaps mine were, too, I thought as I came down the stairs. But after tonight, it won't matter.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Grange.
Hello, Lane.
Nasty night, isn't it, sir?
It's miserable. Not much warmer in here.
There's a fire in the library.
Oh, how are you, Sir William?
Quite well, Arthur.
What made you move into this drafty old dungeon?
I don't live here. It's my temporary quarters. I still live over there in the West End. And here is Miss Stone. Miss Roberta Stone. This is Mr. Arthur Grange.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Roberta is the famous mystery story writer.
Oh, yes. I've read your books and enjoyed them.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grange.
Perhaps you can tell me, Miss Stone, what mysterious event is going to take place here this evening? I was told to come armed.
He told me the same thing. Here's my gun. I've never fired this monstrous, ugly thing in all my life.
You're pointing it at me, Roberta. It's not at all polite.
I'm sorry, Sir William.
This house, Roberta, was the scene of a particularly unpleasant crime, as Mr. Grange can tell you.
Oh, yes. In this very house, John Bedford murdered his aunt, Miss Martha Ferguson.
Oh, how nice. Mr. Bedford couldn't have picked a more ideal place.
Sir William, you must tell us what you're up to.
We'll have a drink first, and then I'll tell you both all about it. Lane, will you serve the drinks?
Yes, Sir William.
Good. Now I can tell you that tonight I am going to close the Bedford case.
Mr. Grange?
Oh, thank you, Lane. You're going to close the Bedford case tonight?
I'll give you the facts in an orderly fashion. I never arrested John Bedford for the murder of his aunt, Miss Ferguson, for two reasons. First, he had an absolute and perfect alibi. Arresting him would only be a waste of time and money. And secondly, according to English law, a man discharged can never be arrested again on the same murder charge.
Well, what's going to happen tonight?
In a short while, John Bedford will be here to dine with us. And, oh yes, his victim, Miss Ferguson.
Well, you mean Miss Ferguson wasn't actually murdered?
Miss Ferguson is most thoroughly dead and has been dead for years.
You're going to have the body of old Miss Ferguson here while we...
Please don't anticipate me. As you both know, I've never lost a case except the Bedford murder. I'm an egotist. I've resigned from the criminal investigation for the sole reason of trapping John Bedford.
Well, I must say you have a great amount of patience, Sir William.
Yes, I am infinitely patient. For 3 years I've been planning for this night. This is a moment of considerable triumph for me. I wanted to have some witnesses. A writer who will record this event, and an admirer who will appreciate the skill with which I will bring a notorious murderer to his proper end.
I have an uncanny feeling that this is going to be gruesome.
Come. You'd be ashamed to run away, wouldn't you?
I'll stay, of course.
So will I, as long as I have my weapon.
Splendid. But before I tell you about my diabolical scheme, let me first acquaint Roberta with the details of the murder. I think I can recreate the circumstances for you quite accurately. Very well, then. Exactly 3 years ago tonight, old Miss...
Hilda, where are you? Oh, where is that foolish maid? Never around.
Ferguson.
Why don't you answer when I call?
I was in the kitchen, ma'am.
It's after 10 o'clock. You should be on your way home.
I was just about to leave.
Has my nephew called?
No, ma'am. Mr. Bedford hasn't called since yesterday.
I told him he couldn't come here anymore, just like you told me. I don't ever want to see him again. He's no good, an evil man who will come to an evil end. You're never to let him in here, Hilda. He won't ever come in this house, not if I can help it. Now you'd better run along and make sure all the doors are bolted before you leave. Yes, ma'am. Good night, Miss Ferguson. Good night, Hilda. Oh, pity about my nephew, John. Such a pity about him. He's such... Who's there? Who is it?
It's John, Aunt Martha. Your own affectionate nephew.
What are you doing in my house?
Oh, you're not at all pleased to see me. Your only living relative, too.
I'd like you to leave at once, or I'll call the police.
Well, I'd rather not, Auntie. I want to have a talk with you.
You don't want to talk to me. All you want is my money.
You're putting the whole subject on a very vulgar level.
You've had all the money you will ever get out of me. You won't get tuppence after I die. And it may interest you to know that I'm changing my will tomorrow.
So I hear, Auntie.
You're wearing gloves that...
Yes, Auntie.
Keep away from me.
Oh, no, you're an old woman, Auntie. All that money's no good for you. You can't ever use it, but to me, money is life. And you're going to die soon, anyway.
No, you're not going to do that.
Oh, yes, Auntie, I am, and I'd be doing you a favor. You're old and ill and lonely. Please, no screaming, Auntie. No screaming. And don't you worry, Auntie. We'll have a fine funeral for you.
That's pretty much the way old Miss Ferguson was murdered. Her maid, Hilda, found the body the next morning. I immediately went to work on the case. All the evidence pointed to John Bedford. He almost admitted it himself. I had him brought to my office for questioning.
How do you do, Sir William?
Oh, hello. Please come in.
Oh, thank you.
Cigarette?
Oh, thank you.
Well, how does it feel to kill your aunt?
May I have a light, please?
Yes, of course.
I wouldn't know, Sir William. You see, I never killed anyone. Have you?
Yes, I've shot and killed lawbreakers who tried to get away. And I've sent many of them to the gallows.
Yes, so I understand.
What was your relationship to your aunt?
I was her nephew.
Very amusing. She didn't like you, did she?
I'm a truthful man. She didn't. She thought I was a spendthrift and a parasite. She was quite right.
Where were you on the night of the murder?
In jail. I drank a little too much and got into a bit of a tiff with the police.
Mm-hmm. Quite an alibi.
Oh, quite a fact. Now, it was hardly possible for me to be in jail and kill my aunt at the same time. Unless, of course, my aunt came into my cell and allowed me to murder her, after which she walked back to Turret House as a ghost, dragging her body behind her.
That's hardly possible.
Don't you think you ought to check my story?
I already have. You're a skillful fellow.
Well, why don't you arrest me then, Sir William?
No, Mr. Bedford. I have time and patience.
Oh, you'd better work fast. By the time you get round to me, I'll have spent all of my aunt's beautiful money.
It's not her money I'm after. It's your life. Your beautiful life, Mr. Bedford. Good day. Yes. And tonight I shall have him. Tonight, in your presence, he will commit that murder again. And this time I shall arrest him for it.
Autolite is bringing you James Mason in Banquos Chair, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, while I was on vacation, I used nothing but those miraculous new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs in my car. And what a performance.
That's the wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plug for you. They're the newest addition to the complete line of regular, transport, aviation, resistor, marine, and model spark plugs, ignition engineered by Autolite.
Harlow, let me tell you how those wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs worked like a charm.
Why, of course they did, Hap, just as any Autolite spark plug. But with Autolite resistor spark plugs, you do get special advantages, such as smoother performance on leaner gas mixtures, greater gas savings, even double life under equal conditions as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. And it's all due to the 10,000 ohm exclusive Autolite resistor built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, James Mason, in Banquos Chair, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
That's how matters stood. I refused to let my men arrest him.
But how in the world could he have murdered his aunt while he was in jail?
Well, he might have bribed the prison guard to let him out for an hour.
You're right, Roberta. I believe that's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, the guard in question died of pneumonia soon afterwards and left us no further source of evidence.
Well, as far as I can see, Sir William, you haven't a leg to stand on. You can't touch Bedford.
Every man, particularly a criminal, has an Achilles heel. I sat down at my desk and plotted him out on paper. I decided I didn't know enough about him, his personal habits, his real character. So a month ago, I was...
Sir William, what a surprise.
Want to invite me in?
Oh, of course, sir. Please come in.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford.
Well, I'm really honored to have the great man pay me a visit. You're not after any more clues, I hope. It does get rather tedious, Sir William.
No, not at all. I know when I'm beaten.
I don't want to appear smug, sir, but everyone has his Waterloo. Oh, would you have a drink, Sir William?
Thank you. I don't know whether you've heard that I have resigned from the criminal investigation. I'm a private citizen now.
Oh, yes, I heard something about that. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, it wasn't my love for justice that made me pursue my profession with such tenacity and success. With the sole exception of your case, of course. It was a game of skill with me, my wits against all comers. I lost in your case, but then we all have to lose sometimes, don't we?
I don't believe you, Sir William. You're still out to get me.
There isn't much chance, is there?
No, I'm afraid not, Sir William. I've kept out of trouble so far, knock on wood.
I had no idea you were superstitious, I suppose. A sophisticate like you?
Oh, it's just a habit since I was a child.
I see. Before I go, there's just one thing. I noticed in the papers that you're looking for a tenant for a terrace house.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'd like to rent it.
The scene of the crime?
Uh-huh.
Of course, why not? There's no harm in it. As a matter of fact, it's perfect. And what's more, I'll let you have it very cheaply, for old time's sake.
I saw Bedford frequently. Our acquaintance developed into friendship, an armed friendship, of course. He knew I was out to get him, and I wanted him to know that. But he was so pleased, so vain that he bested me that it gave him delight to see me. And that's how I got to know him pretty well. Fundamentally, he's superstitious and afraid. He's uncomfortable in the dark. He's an insomniac. He finds himself utterly unable to read horror novels. His sneering self-assurance is a mask for a nature that's subject to deathly fears. Well, tonight is the anniversary of the murder, and tonight Mr. Bedford dines with us at 8 o'clock. I asked you two to be here early so that we could have a talk.
It's nearly 8 now.
Now, this is the plan. You both know May Wakefield?
The Shakespearean May Wakefield?
Oh, yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Wonderful. The greatest Lady Macbeth I ever saw.
That's right. Now, during dinner, she will enter the room in the precise likeness of Miss Ferguson, the murdered woman. We, of course, will pretend not to see her. We'll remain outwardly unconscious of her. Only Bedford will be aware of her presence.
Hamlet, the play's the thing.
Exactly. Now, during dinner, the electric light will be switched off at the main, and candles will be lit. We must have the correct atmosphere. You understand now? You are not to see Miss Wakefield. She doesn't exist for us. Is that clear?
I'll look right through her.
That will be Bedford. Ah, my dear Mr. Bedford. Good of you to come in this weather.
But I never miss a meeting with you, Sir William.
Oh, Lane, will you take Mr. Bedford's things?
Yes.
Miserable weather.
Oh, indeed.
This way to the dining room.
Thank you. I almost forgot my way around in this ugly old place.
Perhaps you have unpleasant memories associated with Turret House.
Oh, perhaps I have.
John Bedford looked us over with his characteristic arrogance and superiority. I made the proper introductions, and then we all sat down to dinner.
Is it still nasty outside, Mr.
Oh, it's getting worse. Looks as if we're in for a few days of this weather.
Too bad. I'm thinking of doing some riding tomorrow.
The soup. It is excellent.
Oh, yes, Sir William. Your cook is to be congratulated. The soup is a masterpiece.
Poor Alice. She's been my cook for over 20 years, but she's given me notice. Absolutely refuses to stay here any longer.
Why?
She says this house is haunted. Roberta, this might make an interesting story for you. You should speak to her.
Oh.
She can give you a detailed description of the ghosts. Alice swears that she's seen the figure of an elderly woman with finger marks on her throat walking about the house.
Oh, no, come now, Sir William. This is just too good. Such an obvious attempt to frighten me. Sir William is convinced that I murdered my aunt. No, please, Sir William, a little more subtlety. Surely I deserve it. Huh?
Perhaps the cook did see the figure.
It might interest you to know, Mr. Bedford, that I don't believe in ghosts. And I'm sure my cook never saw this elderly figure, except in her frightened imagination.
Well, I am afraid, sir, that your little attempt did not work. But I must admire your grateful acknowledgement of its failure.
I suppose I should give up plaguing you, shouldn't I?
Oh, no, Sir William, never give up. I may have a weak spot somewhere, you never can tell. If at first you don't succeed, you know.
Do you live far from here, Mr. Bedford?
Oh, thank you, Miss Stone. There's really no need to change the subject. I hope you find this game as amusing as I do.
I saw a very exciting play last night, the Haymarket.
Excuse me a moment. It's really fearfully hot in here. Do you mind, Sir William, if we get a little fresh air?
I'm sorry, it is stuffy in here. Lane, open one of the windows, please.
Yes.
Yes, it's awful weather. Simply awful.
Yes, I don't know how we will ever get home.
Yes, I can't stand this weather myself. I think I'll go to the Riviera next week. I'm always so...
Oh.
Lane, what on earth's wrong with the lights?
I don't know, sir.
Well, don't stand around. Fetch some candles. We can't sit here in the darkness. And get the chauffeur. He knows something about electric lights.
I'll call the chauffeur right away.
I'm terribly sorry about this. We've had trouble with the wiring before. We'll have it fixed up in a few minutes. Now, let's get on with our dinner. Have some more wine, Mr. Bedford.
I've had enough, thank you.
It was a tense moment. I looked at Roberta and Arthur. They were both pale and uneasy, and so was Bedford for all his poise. I believe that the only calm person in the room was myself.
Oh, Mr. Bedford, you were saying something about visiting the Riviera. It must be lovely at this time of year.
It is. I've been there before, you know.
What's the matter, Mr. Bedford?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I wish we could have some more light. It's rather difficult to see.
I'm really terribly sorry this had to happen just at dinner. Please have a little more wine, Mr. Bedford.
No, I don't drink much.
The figure of a woman had entered the room. She'd come in silently, like a ghost. It was done so softly, so skillfully, that her presence seemed completely unreal. It was a superb entrance. We all saw her, but we made no sign of recognition. In the dim candlelight, she looked ghastly. It was an incredible piece of makeup. Bedford looked at all of us to see if we'd seen the figure standing a few feet away from him, but we ate our dinner calmly. He looked again, shook his head, and then gulped the wine in front of him.
Don't any of you see anything?
See what, Mr. Bedford?
You know perfectly well what. There she is, just as plain as...
What's got into you, Bedford?
It's my aunt. My aunt.
Perhaps you've had too much wine. Your aunt is dead. You're not seeing ghosts, I hope.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's it. I drank too much. I'm not used to drinking.
Yes,
Yes, she's coming towards me.
Calm yourself, Bedford. I've never seen you like this. There's no one else here. Do you see anyone, Roberta?
No. No, I don't see anyone.
No, neither do I.
I can't stand it. I'm getting out of here.
You're not wearing gloves today, John.
But she's real. God, if you see her, I've got to hear her.
Come over here.
She's touched me. She's touched me.
Bedford.
She's gone to the door. She won't let me out.
I'm an old woman. Money is no good for me. I'm lonely, John.
Let me by, Aunt Martha. Out of my way. Out of my way. Get away from that door. I'll murder you again. Do you hear that, Martha? I'll kill you again, you old witch. Please let me go.
All right, switch on the light.
No.
Officer Graham, come out. Arrest him. You heard his confession.
I did.
Put the handcuffs on.
Yes, I've got him there.
Well, Bedford, it seems that I've finally caught up with you.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
That wasn't your aunt. That was May Wakefield.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
Take him away, Graham. He's in a state of shock. Well, let's continue our dinner. I'm sorry for this interruption.
You don't think I want to eat any more?
Now, don't be squeamish, Roberta. We must celebrate my final case. It's been a long job, but it ended just as I knew it must. I'm most grateful to the both of you for your help.
It was a little grim for me.
That was the finest piece of acting I've ever seen. May Wakefield certainly knew her part.
We must congratulate her. She almost convinced me. She must have removed her makeup by now. Elaine?
Yes, sir.
Tell Miss Wakefield to come down and join us. We have a fine dinner waiting for her.
Excuse me, sir, but this telegram came a little while ago. I didn't want to disturb you during dinner.
Let me have it.
Why, Sir William, is anything wrong?
I'll read it to you. Extremely sorry. Severe influenza makes it impossible for me to leave my bed tonight. Will tomorrow night do? Signed, May Wakefield.
Lord help us. If it wasn't May Wakefield, who was it?
I did not answer. I looked at the staring faces of Roberta and Arthur, and then I turned away. A vein in my temple began to throb. I put my hand to it, and it stopped.
I think I'll have some wine.
No. Lane.
Yes, sir?
Fetch a bottle of brandy and pour 3 stiff drinks. Better make it 4. I think you need one, too.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, James Mason.
Well, Hap, it's great to have you back.
Me and those 400 Autolite products.
Yes, you and over 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, and bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Alan Ladd. The play is called Motive for Murder, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Renee Garrigank and Lucian Morowek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Banquos Chair was adapted for radio by Sigmund Miller from a short story by Rupert Croft Cook. James Mason can soon be seen in the Universal International picture One Way Street. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Ronald Reagan and Ginger Rogers. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Alan Ladd.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite faithful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.